OLED. Unleash the power of next-generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
Hello, welcome to another week of LPL Pro CSGO. I'm back, and I've brought a new friend with me as well. It's all going to be exciting this week, Jim. You're on the show for the first time. It's great to have you here. We have been doing a lot of casting together over the last couple of weeks, so, well, we're back again, I guess.
Yeah, we're back again, and I think, you know, it's a good chance to see what the ANZ teams have up their sleeves. I'm looking forward to it. A lot of these teams are getting a lot of Counter-Strike in, and it's only proving to be, you know, fruitful in server.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. All right, well, speaking of servers, speaking of internet, it's definitely time to get involved and sort yourself out with a bit of an internet upgrade. If that's something that you're interested in, you can sign up for the Orcon Fiber Pro Plus Power Plan. And if you do that for 18 months or maybe even longer, you can win yourself a Razer Gaming package worth $1,022. Hit up !Orcon if you want to hear or learn a little bit more. And I've got something to teach you as well, Jim, because I know it is your first time on this show. So we'll go back into the tournament explainer and give you a bit of a TLDR as to how it works. Stage 1, that's been completed, actually. Was a double elim bracket, which invited 4 teams through to that stage to double elim bracket, where, again, they meet another 4 teams that were already pre-qualified into that area of the tournament. And from there, we're going towards the Stage 3 playoffs, which is where the prize pool starts to come into its own. It's a big one this time around, Jim, just over 10 grand, 10,050. And of course, you know, you'd be looking at this and saying, well, 6.5k, that is definitely a very, very generous portion of the prize pool for first place. So if you want to be getting yourself some serious cash, you just basically need to be in it to win it.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, a lot of these teams with that incentive on the line are going to be bringing their best Counter-Strike, and we're already starting to see a lot of those teams that maybe we're putting in that this sort of bubble region really starting to peak.
All right, Jim, well, I wasn't here last week, so I do want to have a little bit of a check back and see what actually happened. It was the culmination of what we got to see in Stage 1, and we qualified our final couple of teams through, Dynasty and 1620 Kings, the first matchup that we do have here. An interesting one on paper, I think. I would have looked at this one and sort of said, well, 1620 Kings to me comes in as the favorites. And, you know, obviously Dynasty put up a bit of a fight. They did manage to take a map off of 1620 Kings, but it is 1620 Kings that we will see in Stage 2.
Absolutely deserved too, because they're a team, as we said, they've been putting in the work. Dynasty, the level that we expected from them, but I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles. Yeah,
indeed, indeed. And over on the other side of the coin, Nutty Gaming and Deadweight. Sort of felt like maybe one that could go either way. I think I probably would have given the benefit of the doubt to Nutty Gaming prior, but I'm obviously saying that in hindsight, and that makes it kind of easy to say. So maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Either way, we'll take a look at how that bracket does shape up. And what is immediately interesting to me out of this bracket is Vertex and DGG are on the same side of the bracket.
Yeah, that's only going to mean that I guess they clash heads a little bit earlier in the bracket. However, it is double elimination, and that means 2 bites of the cherry before you are eliminated. So I think, you know, through this bracket, we should be getting those, you know, top teams coming through.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Well, we should take a look at today's games as well, Jim, because that's what everyone is here for. Now, a couple of new names here on the matches. You'd be forgiven for not knowing who a couple of these teams are. To be honest, there's been a lot of changes in ANZ CS over the last couple of weeks, and I'm kind of glad I'm casting as much ANZ Counter-Strike as I am at the moment. Otherwise, I think I would get a little bit lost. Antic Esports and 1620 Kings going head-to-head. Lonely 5 and DGG going up against one another. So Antic Esports is the former Overt roster. Lonely 5 is the former Kingsman roster, which was the former Fury roster. So hopefully they're going to be able to set themselves on a name for the next couple of months. But a few interesting matches. Like, I think now that we're in Stage 2, Jim, there's going to be some actually quite tight games ahead for us.
Absolutely. I mean, keeping track of some of these team names, maybe there's a service available. You've got Ancestry. Maybe you could have Lancestry.com to find out who on earth some of these teams are and where their actual heritage is. But you're right, there are some good lineups and there are some good rosters starting to form together. We're starting to see some newer players. And some of those players may be earmarked for progression into better teams.
Yeah, definitely. And I think maybe this team that we are going to be taking a look at, we'll have a couple of those. We'll touch on Antic Esports first. Again, remembering this is the former Overt roster. So they've picked themselves up a new organization. Obviously, a lot of well-known players in this one, Jim. I think there's a lot of experience on this roster, and they could definitely go far in this competition.
They certainly could. I mean, you've got players like Reckons and Obson, Skull Hunter, who have been around for quite some time. Fiend is the one that is sort of, I guess, orchestrating everything, the puppet master with the strategy. And you've got Damio, who's been a really explosive player, only fairly new to this level of Counter-Strike, but performing really well.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. All right, let's talk 1620 Kings as well. Their opponents for tonight. Another sort of up-and-coming roster, I feel like, right? These are the guys that have been putting in a lot of hard work over the last 6 months or so, 12 months maybe. And I think some of the fruits of that labor are starting to show through for 1620 Kings. I just wonder how far can they push it, in this kind of a competition. Can they make it to, top 4? Can they make it to a grand final? Because they're obviously within the top 8, and I think that's probably where I might, just power rank them toward the bottom end of the top 8 within the ANZ region. But I think you could definitely make an argument that they're at least in the discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Cheeseball's been one of those players that is a long time student of the game, and he's been able to put these players in some of their preferred roles. I think Forvin is one of those players that has sort of just arrived, newly to the scene, but has been playing really, really well, really, really consistently. And that's just due to the roles that this team seem to have put all their players in there. They're quite a solid unit.
All right, well, speaking of players, maybe we can touch on a couple of the individuals that we wanted to highlight for this game. Now, we've gone with a couple of the players that we feel are maybe the strongest in their respective teams, I guess, is the argument that can be made here. Jim, obviously, Skull Hunter, he's probably the most experienced of all of the players on his roster. He's, obviously been involved in that old Chiefs roster that became Genuine Gaming, and he went overseas once or twice, played in things like Extreme Zone, if you remember. So, not like the biggest of international competitions, but definitely an event that I think sort of opens your eyes a little bit to the greater world of Counter-Strike. And then, as far as Forvin is concerned, he's actually the highest rated player from 1620 Kings in the competition so far. I believe he's around the top 5 mark for the comp as a whole, so definitely not doing a shabby job for himself, considering there's a lot of big names in this competition, Jim.
No, that's definitely an impressive statistic. But yeah, I think both two teams, if they want to win this matchup, because that's how closely contested it is, they're going to need to be firing on all cylinders. So look for these key players to be the ones to perform. And there's definitely a few players in both rosters that you could look to turn rounds into their own at any moment. So I think that just really is a great prospect for such a close matchup.
All right, let's take a look at the vetoes here as well, Jim, because that could start to unravel the puzzle for us as to where we might be headed within this series. Ooh. I do come in with some impressions of my own, opinions of my own, as far as which way this might swing. But do you want to give me your thoughts first? Ancient Nuke, Vertigo. I mean, does it impact it much, or are you still leaning the way that you were to begin with?
Oh, look, I'm still leaning towards Antic in this matchup, just because I think they're the more experienced roster. 1620 Kings have been playing fantastic, but they will need to play a level above what we've seen them tonight. And I think maybe there's a few win conditions there that would involve Antic, maybe playing a little bit less than we've seen them typically play, and a little bit less than their form would suggest.
Yeah, indeed. I think I'm leaning towards Antic as well. The pick of Ancient is a bit of an interesting one, though. I don't think we've seen too much of Antic on that map, so I'm quite interested to see what they are going to be able to bring to the table on it. And obviously, Nuke for Antic Esports makes a lot of sense to me. It's generally been a pretty decent map for them. I know, like, stats-wise or whatever, it doesn't look too great, but they've beaten DGG on it. They've obviously lost a couple of times to Paradox on it, but both of the losses to Paradox were actually very, very close. And to be honest, they probably could have won both of those as well, Jim. I think I was casting one of them where we might have gone to overtime, and I was sort of wondering, actually, maybe this Antic, at that time, over roster would be able to win it. Vertigo's another one that's maybe a little bit of a curveball here for Antic. I guess the choice between Overpass and Vertigo was maybe a bit of a difficult one, given that neither of those are maps that they've really had a huge amount of success on. I mean, they haven't had much success on Overpass, but they've barely even played Vertigo from what we can see in officials. So, I don't know. I think just looking at the map, Vito, it is a little bit hard to call. And like, I almost want to say 1620 Kings would come away with a bit of a better map, Vito.
I believe
just
so.
because they've obviously picked Ancient, so you have to give them the benefit of the doubt there. And we know they play a little bit of Vertigo. Not that it's been hugely successful for them, but you know, they've taken some sort of same tier teams to double digits at least on that map, whereas we don't really have much to look at when it comes to Antic Esports. So I think I'll give it to 1620 Kings, however, slightly with the map veto in particular. But just as a general rule, I feel like Antic does come in as the slight favorites. What do you reckon? Maybe like 60-40 here?
Yeah, I think looking at the veto, that gives 1620 Kings a bit better percentage there. But yeah, 60-40 I would probably agree with. I mean, I'm looking at, you know, I guess these statistics, and they're not necessarily flattering for these two teams, but you've got to provide context when you look at, say, the map stats and see that in this region, you've got to be proficient on maps like Nuke and Vertigo. Otherwise, you push to the fringes, because a lot of teams will play Mirage, a lot will play Inferno. And so if your Overpass isn't solid, which it thankfully isn't here, but yeah, basically you are going to be pushed to the extremities of the map pool just by default in this region, because a lot of teams will build their legacy on those core maps of Mirage, Nuke, and Inferno.
All right, well, it's going to be very interesting to see which way this one does play out, Jim. We are done with the pre-show. It's time for us to start getting ready for map number 1. We won't be going too far away, so don't go too far. We'll be back in just a sec.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Hello, welcome back. Of course, we are more or less ready to go. We did just have to take a quick short break there, but we are about to dive into things here, Jim, and of course, a pretty interesting first matchup coming through. Antic Esports going up against 1620 Kings. Again, Antic being that former overt roster is going to be a pretty difficult one to overcome for 1620 Kings, but they've thrown in a pretty interesting map veto here, and they've started things off on Ancient, which is a map that we don't really know a whole lot about when it comes to these two teams. Have to say, obviously, 1620 Kings, they're a solid roster. If they've been putting in the work on this map, and Antic has not, then they are definitely in with a chance of getting this one over the line. Nuke, I would have to say, it's not a 100% a surety, but I would definitely lean toward Antic on that map. And then Vertigo, again, is a pretty interesting one. So I actually feel like a lot of how this series is going to play out depends on how this first map goes.
I would think that that would be the case too, because it would appear that Ancient is a bit of a pocket pick for 1620 Kings. They're confident enough to put it out in the veto as their first pick. So let's just see how this one shakes out.
That's it, indeed. So 1620 Kings to start off on the T side. They do have just the one smoke and a couple of flashes for what looks to be maybe a B take. Very, very quick, and they're making a lot of noise, but they have slowed down a little bit now that they've taken control of Cheetah.
Yeah, that late mid presence too could be a real thorn in the side for Antic. Because that smoke will come in, just blocking some vision, but they are not having any progression in this side. The B ramp has been eliminated, and that means that there's only 2 players here in immediate threat for taking this side, unless Forvet has something to say. Okay.
Well, there is a
taking
reason
the twist
that we put him as the highlighted player, and that is exactly it. Antic surprisingly didn't rotate anyone else onto that bomb site. Reckons, though, he should never be allowed to get away with that on such little HP, and Antic feels a little bit like they're flexing their muscles in that pistol round. There was a brief moment of excitement for Forvent, but apart from that, Antic have just absolutely smashed that pistol.
They certainly have, and I think, you know, it was, yeah, as you said, a brief flutter of the heart for 1620 Kings. They really couldn't plant in that situation. Not with the CTs right there and take a player out to try and concentrate on that. They had to fight, they opted to, and far stronger in the duel, Antics. And now we have 1620 Kings just forced to sit on pistols for the moment. They're going to have to eat a few grenades too if they want to take quick that territory. And, well, Damio, oh, okay, that did not go the way I expected with that duel. And so momentarily now, Antic have a deficit they have to overcome. They've got that rotation off the A-bomb site just for the moment, but there is going to be a hole somewhere here, Jordan. The 1620 Kings are going to be able to exploit.
Oh, Skull taking a bit of damage there, but nice tag team alongside Reckons is going to keep them safe. Cookie has been spotted out as well. You were sort of saying that there is going to be a hole somewhere, and that might have been it. Cookie being able to find that initial shot could have been the difference maker, but now you have to say, Antic look like they've got this one on lock.
Yeah. They've been able to wrangle the cats. It's just Forvent now. Can he be an X factor? I'd say it might be a bit too difficult. However, he does a lot of damage to Reckons. Not enough to fell him. However, Antic keep that one relatively clean, to be honest, and that's what they need going into this round here. Another chance for them to build their economy even further, but they're taking no chances. Skull Hunter straight back onto the M4 after having to rebuy. So if they do have some pistols here, they could even do further economic damage if Skull Hunter does go down, but this looks to be just the objective to get the bomb plant. B laneway control coming out. No utility exchange beyond that Molotov. Just a progression.
Nice bit of a push out from Antic. They've definitely been quite mobile on this CT side. We've been seeing pushes into Cheetah. We've now obviously seen another push out there on the B-bomb site. Not a whole lot happening over toward A and mid just yet, but we are only 2 rounds in. And Script is having A little bit of a cheeky peek. Spots the shoulder of Reckons there and gives him a couple of love taps. But end of the day, this is not looking all that threatening for 1620 Kings. And Reckons has got the backup from Fiend. That means he'll be able to crossfire. And inevitably, I'd say Antic is actually looking quite well drilled on this CT side so far.
The measure of a team is always how well they keep things clean on these anti-eco and buy rounds. And they've done a good job so far. Unless Cookie can crack this B side open and then go on to plant, I would say that things for Antic would be pretty cut and dry. We really have been stopped in their tracks here, haven't they?
Yeah, but I mean, obviously off the back of the pistol, that's come to be expected. This is going to be the first round where we get a bit of a better idea what 1620 Kings is going to be able to provide for us on their own map pick.
Oh, that's massive damage from the utility. 1620 Kings just trying to beat it out, and they take quite a few body punches in the process. Skull Hunter needs to be careful, but he just wants to get that one last gren offer. Cheeseball has somehow got out of that. And that is an exchange that has definitely not gone in favour of 1620 Kings. They tried to beat the utility out in mid. That's a dangerous game to play.
Very solid looking round so far for Antic Esports. Do have Fiend just trying to get a bit more information into Donut there. Works his way forward a little and doesn't see too much. So he's now able to post himself on the line at a long. Cheeseball going first should be a sure kill for Fiend. 16 HP, AK in hand. He's going to have to hit a headshot to get anything done here and won't really get the opportunity to do so. Fiend actually holds strong for the double with the FAMAS, and that is absolutely perfect for Antic because it's going to be an upgraded weapon for Fiend and a round where there's 4 guns alive for the rest of Antic Esports, and so plenty of cash starting to roll in hot.
Yeah, I mean, on the gun round, things sort of fell apart almost immediately with all of those HEs, Molotovs just absolutely bowling 1620 Kings over, and it was just, I don't know, they didn't really have any room to recover afterward, did they? They just, unfortunately, tried to pick a battle, one that hopefully would have favoured their numbers, but Fiend had the cover of his teammate, played the off angle because the mid was being watched, didn't need to worry about Donut, and it is a pretty solid round for Antic. So they keep with the momentum from the first 3 rounds, taking the gun round, and now you have a bit of thinking time here for 1620 Kings. I do have the money to buy in, but is it realistically going to be an option for them? Do they try and prioritise utility, switch things up, try and get someone on that AWP? But no doubt that's exactly what's being discussed right now. Cheeseball will probably want to at least recover from that that first gun round, because that was a rough one to cop.
Yeah. All right. 4-0. 1620 Kings are going to buy back in with a little bit of an investment. Pistols and armor. But at this rate, Jim, I don't see them doing a huge amount of damage to Antic. Things have been going quite swimmingly for that CT side so far. Fiend's taken a lot of control as well, and so have the players over toward the B site for the CT side. It doesn't seem like 1620 Kings is allowed to go anywhere without at least a challenge of some sort.
Nothing for free. Nothing for free. The best part is, too, they are not even putting themselves at risk. Not overexposing themselves to any angles. There's very few opportunities for 1620 Kings to actually find a frag in the round. And that's just helping Antic to really start to build that bank. As I say, that Fiend commits to a spray, is traded. They may opt to go for that.
No significant damage done in this round yet by 16-20 Kings. Nor and Script will try and do their best.
Not a lot of options here. Nice and clean.
Nice and clean indeed. 5-0. That is the pretty much perfect start to the map for Antic, and obviously a great start to the series as well. Considering this isn't even their map choice, they are looking very good on it. Cookie yet to find a frag. Probably can say the same thing for a couple of other players on that 16-20 Kings roster. 1 for 1. It's about as good as the start has gone, actually, for Antic in any one of these rounds. Reckons, Deagle in hand, does have time to pull the AK out, and he's already done a substantial amount of damage to Forvin, but it will not matter. He's just not quick enough. Very well done from Forvin, who is, I would say, the shining light at the moment for the T side.
He's a player to watch, really. And continues to prove, too, that he's able to provide real chances for them in these rounds. And I think, 16-20 Kings here, bar some antics from Skull Hunter, should be able to secure their first round. Although Skull Hunter is sticking around, so plans on making it expensive for 16-20.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst thing to happen in the world. He's actually going to go for the defuse inside of the smoke. That is a little bit ballsy. I would have liked to have seen him find a kill or two on the way out there, to be honest, because there's just so much cash for Antic. And it would have forced that reinvestment for 16-20 Kings. End of the day, though, you're not going to be able to find a 16-0 all that often, so Antic did have to lose a round at some point. Sure, they would have liked to have kept that going a little longer, though.
Would have been nice. Now for 16-20 to carry that torch, try and build some momentum again. Oh, Cookie's copping so much util damage. Cheeseball's taking a little bit too, so they are paying a premium, trying to take territory early. Oh. Okay. They've managed to beat out the CT watch into this site. The trades are good. Forvin actually has been able to forge a way through, but they don't have total control just yet.
Not yet. Bomb plane is going down, though. Damio very close. Should be able to at least find one here, and does. Cheeseball cannot keep Forvin alive, even though he does have a bit of a bead onto Damio. Don't know that Damio is going to be doing too much moving and shaking just yet. Inside of that smoke, Cheeseball really needs to strike here, because Script can't get this one done on his own, surely. 1-on-2. Nate is going to finish him off there. Not quite, actually. He survives, and he gets the headshot onto Obson, but still not enough to deal with Damio in the end. So 6-1 is the scoreline. That was a tight one for Antic, but again, they've got so much cash they can afford to have a couple of rounds like that.
It's exactly what 16-20 are up against. They're having a tough time.
Alright, once again, Fiend looks to take a little bit of control further away from the A-bomb site, but this time he's got some help from a teammate, and this time it's going to work out quite perfectly. Again, if he would have held that spray any longer, Forvin would have died as well. That's an orb, is it? No, it's an AK. I was going to say that might be an orb that was ready to be picked up, but I'll tell you what it is though, Jim, is it's the bomb. And that's really bad news for 16-20 Kings.
Certainly is. Let's just see how they recover though, because it is being contested by Antic. A lot of times here, CT sides do not opt to try and hold this, but that is not the mentality Antic have, and they have lost Fiend in the process, but they actually recover the bomb. They maintain a player advantage, so 16-20 Kings now. Oh, nearly harassed in the exit.
Yeah, I mean, a nice recovery from 16-20 Kings. I wonder if Antic is going to call it and send their way over toward B. Just to try and defend that one. They're not going very quickly, though, are they? But then again, neither are 16-20 Kings. In the end, though, I'd say Antic is going to be a little bit too late to do anything about that bomb plant going down. And Cheeseball wrapping in behind from mid. He's got the freest round win of his life.
You'll take all the free round wins you want, and you can accept at this point. I know I'd like a free round win. That'd be nice.
You have to play shirtless if you want that.
You reckon there's a certain energy that comes from that? Just a shirtless energy?
Yeah, powerful. So, after
Aura.
8 rounds of gameplay, Antic Esports will find their money is looking a little bit dire. I mean, I think Antic now are in pretty shaky territory, where if they lose this, obviously they have to go back on the save. And from what was a very, very high, a fantastic start to the map, now it starts to look like 16-20 Kings could realistically bring this one to a very tight scoreline. And Fiend with one of the M4s is not able to win that duel, which is not great news for the CTs.
Certainly not. There's quite a few gaps now to plug. Teammate's not going to have... Well, I thought he wasn't going to have his weapon out. However, he's been taken down anyway. Skylander had that smoke out ready to go to try and extinguish the molly should it start to spread, but left him open for the trade. Does recover, but the flank on the flanker. It's an age-old tale as now Obson has to fight what seemingly is his epic battle.
Well, there's actually 3 quite low HP members. I mean, he's got an AK now. If he actually dispatched a cookie there, that could have been really dangerous for 16-20 Kings. And he's not too afraid of taking this peak. Script is in a world of pain right here. But Cookie would be posted back on the line again. Obson is just able to dance around, keep himself alive. Cookie, you are playing with fire, my friend. Round should well and truly be going the way of the T side now. And eventually Cookie changes his angle up enough that he's able to dispatch of Obson. I don't know about you, Jim, but I've kind of felt a bit of a shift in the momentum of this game. First 5 rounds, it looked like it could not go wrong at all for Antic. Nothing, nothing was a struggle. They were hitting all their shots, all the individuals winning duels. But now, Antic is kind of struggling to even win a duel.
Yeah, there really seems to be that, I guess, shift that CT economy starts to feel the pressure being applied to it after winning rounds so closely, and then all of a sudden you've lost your loss bonus, and now you're having to eco things out because that's how it is on that CT side. But they're just going to roll through and around this Molotov straight into the meat grinder, and Forvent and Cookie combine to make things nice and easy. And 16-20 Kings, well, they're starting to build a bank of their own.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine as far as a pistol round is concerned for Antic, but I think the way that this half has played out so far is maybe not so fine. Go from a 5-0 start to a 6-4 lead still. It's not bad, but 16-20 Kings have very much forced their way back into the discussion, and Antic has a lot of work to do to say otherwise. Fiend's made a couple of footsteps, and Cheeseball is well prepared to take that challenge. Maybe Fiend getting a little bit predictable with these pushes. It's occurred a few times, and 16-20 Kings have now been able to shut it down a couple of times quite quickly, and now they're back into A. Still down. Keeping Antic out of the sight, and there's nothing to be done for the CT side. 16-20 Kings are now the ones that are just rolling through the first half.
Skullhunter committed big time that spray. It just went nowhere. Like, he was just trapped there. He was the fish in the barrel. And just a nice wave of utility to get themselves onto the site. Provided so much cover for 16-20. And of course they take that round win. And now, I don't know, Antic really start to feel that pinch. That decisive lead they once had has whittled away. And things are not looking so good for them. Particularly in some of these next rounds. Because, again, That loss bonus, yeah, it's starting to accrue, but it never really is enough.
Ooh, that's the bomb spotted. So things could still go wrong in this round. 16-20 King. Script tries to challenge through the smoke. He's not happy with how that's turned out, and all of a sudden, what was a fantastic fight back from 16-20 Kings may come undone. It's Deagles only, and they've all just been put to great use, and well, 16-20 Kings has done so in that round. That is a huge economic boon for the CT side, and dare I mention that double digits is still on the cards.
We were only just talking about them feeling the pinch, what, 20 seconds prior to that round going down the way it did. So they really have been able to, answer the pinch with a punch. It's not even the first of the month, Jordan.
Not yet. Will be soon. I think it's quite nice for Antic to get that one because of all the maps in Counter-Strike, actually Ancient of late has been the most CT-sided map. Sort of slightly beating out the likes of Nuke and Overpass by a couple of percentage points, but that would indicate to me that you'd want to be seeing maybe 9 at the minimum here on the CT side from Antic.
I mean, double digits is always a bonus, but yeah, at least a clear advantage like a 9-6 would probably be where half of the score is, I'd say.
Yep. Well, 10 is definitely an option as well. Fiend has gone very far forward. He is really not messing around with this A push either. He has not stopped. Every single round he's trying to take control, and you can sort of see what that's doing now to Forbin, who is not sure exactly where he's going to have to go, what he's going to have to watch. He knows this whole area of the map is dirty. There's a nice pick though onto Obson. And Fiend may present another opportunity to Cookie if he's not careful.
Patience. Patience from Cookie here could be rewarded, but he also gets off the line, so Fiend off the hook for the moment. He's not going to continue to push. But a big presence towards that B site from the CTs does leave Antic with just that one player towards A and a big gap back door.
4 on 3. No time at all here for 16-20 Kings. That was the fight that needed to go their way, if any.
Oh, no.
And unfortunately, they do still have Forbin alive, but he won't be able to do anything about how this round is timing out. 8-5 is the scoreline. I think Antic's maybe 1 round away from the pass score, and obviously 2 away from quite a good score in the first half. And you've got to feel a little bit sorry for 16-20 Kings because they did all that work to bring this half back into balance and then, in a sense, sort of threw it away against the Deagles.
Really did feel like that. And again, 16-20, they're going to just beat out this utility this time. So the gamble pays off. Reckons actually takes Cookie out through the smoke, but Forvent has got himself into Donut, but it should be covered. Unless Obson is not aware of that presence, and he's not. So this puts pressure on A almost immediately. Does that push Script into a more active lurking role while the rest of the team go dark? The answer is no, and they will be able to take A.
Not looking too good in this round for Antic. I think they might as well go for this retake, though. You got 6k on Reckons and Fiend, so you should be able to get a buy through here regardless of dropping these 2 weapons. And no one's quite progressed in Temple. With that, though, maybe it's done. Skull gets that kill. I think there's definitely something on offer, but end of the day, won't be the case. Antic is going to have to scrounge together what they can. Would still lean toward an 8-7.
May still go that way. But as we said, 9-6 is probably where they wanted to end up ideally. 8-7, just
not quite enough.
So close.
Yeah.
So close. So far.
Well, that is the way you'd want to start it off. Fiend just gets absolutely deleted, and 16-20 Kings have been pretty on the ball. They know that once they kill Fiend, the A bomb site generally is left undefended. Obson's here with a Deagle, but it's going to take some mighty fine shooting to do anything about it. We'll take the challenge onto Naught, but I think we might be headed towards an 8-7 half.
Looks that way. 1620 Kings have command of the A bomb site. Their post-play positioning is actually really strong. What can we expect here?
Yeah, I don't think you'd want to be going through Temple at this point at all. Smokes are going to start to come down, but Script still stands strong. Damio now in the 1-on-2, but they're so low, Jim. All he has to do is find Script. He's not going to get that opportunity. He has to sit on that defuse. He has no defuse kit either. And that's going to be it. Script will finish it off at the half. 8-7 is the scoreline. And I'm going to say, I think at the end of it, 1620 Kings have done a pretty good job in their first half.
Certainly would agree. But it's a game of two halves. And we quickly change ends, get back into it. No real time for respite for these teams. So momentum could be real factors. And these two teams have definitely battled for momentum throughout this so far. But nobody seems to be winning that arm wrestle decisively. How deep are 1620 sitting in this B side? Way too deep to be able to defend it. Looking for that retake with all the utility that they do have.
That's not going to be a fun one for Nor. He can't get much backup from Cookie either. He was just a little bit too far progressed on the angle. And so Antic are able to get the bomb plant down in the pistol. Fiend also catches Forvin. Obson's got a close range duel that he needs to be aware of, but turns around to get the better of Script. It's another pistol that goes the way of Antic very comfortably indeed. So scoreline does get pushed back out to 9-7.
That was always going to be tough. Antic weren't prepared to sit back and let 1620 just stage a retake either. They wanted to disrupt it, they wanted to make things difficult. And they did.
Okay. 4 smokes. What is 1620 Kings up to? Big push out into A. Or out from A. Spell Hunter not quite going to be able to deal with that one, even despite the fact that he got a flash. Mag 10 just doesn't have that stopping power, and this is looking a little bit more dangerous for Antic than they'd have liked.
This is the shooting gallery. It really is just players trying to line up pixels from one another, and okay, the AKs win out as expected. The last remaining CT just too far away from the action really to have an impact, but might be able to hover around mid, pick themselves up an AK, and I think that would be a real win for them at this stage. But no interest really in pushing. Oh, there is one at B ramp. That's why. No need to expose yourself to risk.
Yep. Well, Antic's going to get themselves up to double digits. But I still don't think we can really make a hugely educated guess as to which way this series is going to end up going off of the rounds that we've seen so far. Probably would still make the argument that Antic has looked a little bit better so far. But they were playing on CT side. They did win both the pistols.
What can they do around that AK? That's the question on my lips. Are they going to try and fashion something? Yep, okay, he's got a smoke. Obviously, yeah, Cookie is a real opportunity. Might pair him with the AK, but they opt not to do that. Two armors playing together with weapons. Faster approach here from Antic.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Jeez. He tried his best, but that USB, it just was not getting it done. Wow, that was pretty crisp from Forvin. Damien just got deleted.
I know he's not wearing a shirt, but he's been absolutely pantsed by that USP.
That aside, Jim, this round is actually maybe a little closer than it ought to have been.
Yeah.
Austin's still got that Mac 10, and he's going to finish things off, but geez, that was maybe a little bit precarious in the end.
How did we end up here? Back to 2v2. Just a little bit too adventurous. But thankfully that crossfire post-plant was solid. Back to serious business though.
Yeah.
Cookie on that AWP. Hasn't had the impact that they need out of him here, 16-20 Kings.
Yeah, he did have a couple of okay rounds, but I think when we look at 16-20 Kings, Cookie is definitely one of the players that we would highlight. So CT side, that's probably more so going to be his playground. Hopefully he's got something to show for it.
Poking, prodding. Just seeing whether or not any of those spammers managed to do some damage. That is a tickler of a grenade. But Antic just content to sit for the moment. 16-20 do not look to be posturing for any push for info. They're going to be the ones that have to react now.
Well, nicely timed cross from Antic. 3 get into the site off of the shot that Cookie missed. And Reckons has just deleted everything else. Corbin will chime in with a nice couple more, and that has gotten a little bit out of hand for Antic. I think they might have felt a little bit of a rush of blood to the head, and it's gone all wrong. Oh, dearie me. From a 5-on-3 post-plan, Jim, it has ended like that. That is not acceptable from Antic.
No. You cannot win a game with inconsistency like that. And that's actually just allowed 16-20 Kings bit of a lifeline, to be honest, because they were looking quite flat.
Yep. Bit of a chat coming through there for Antic Esports. Obviously, Fiend letting them know maybe that's not good enough. You know, I think they looked at that situation and thought, well, round's pretty much over. Let's have some fun. And that's not always necessarily the case.
So you can never get too complacent. Always comes back to bite you. Strictly no fun either.
You know, a very different setup on the CT side from 16-20 Kings than what we saw from Antic. Antic really lent heavily toward mid and B. He kind of left Fiend to his own devices on the A side of the map, but 16-20 Kings have 3 players towards A and only a couple at B.
What do they know that we don't? Maybe it's just this predisposition from Antic to head towards this A bomb site, but after showing presence in mid, it's all the way back to B. Been smoked off at Cave though, so it'll have to wait until that smoke fades, or at least that prong of the attack will have to wait. As I say, it will position themselves here. Back of facility, it's looking good though. They do manage to find one. Pivotal position being held now in Cave as Cheeseball. He shows but hides and now leaves all the dirty work to Skullhunter and Damio. And they're looking good, but that flash is great. And a lot of work for Damio to do from the cave. He has to collect that bomb, and the timing's not good, but the clock somehow comes through. How does he get away with that?
Well, I can hear the chat just lighting up. There's a lot of tick, tick, tick going on. Let's have a look again.
But...
Oh my god. Alright, well, look, it's still around for 16-20 Kings, but they don't get to take the 3 guns through anymore.
He was trying to die, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh. Couldn't believe his luck. Oh, that Molotov is just eating through Obson. Fiend, though, has found his way in.
Ooh! That's a headshot onto Nor. And a bit of a tag onto Cheeseball as well. Antic are not slowing things down up the back of that. Damio, you have an M4. What can you do with it? Absolutely nothing. Antic were just a little bit too grouped up. And Damio couldn't find an angle in. Now he's managed to catch Cheeseball. Nor's gone down as well. No chance for a double there for Damio. And 16-20 Kings, they close the gap again.
Could have made that really expensive too for 16-20 Kings. Finds that third frag, and I'm looking at the money. It doesn't appear as though the buy from them would be that fantastic coming into this round. So, small window of opportunity to maybe change things slightly more in their favour, but they now find themselves almost back on equal pegging here, 16-20 Kings. And so, as far as Antic are concerned, they are whittling away. Oh, that maybe going to finish off Reckons. He is fraught with danger, that's for sure.
Cheeseball. Just going to be waiting inside of that smoke for it to fade, and it will favourably enough. Obson, though, has spotted him out. Nade's going to follow through. Not going to do too much. And in the end, Cheeseball actually gets back out to safety.
It's that shirtless aura. Unfortunately, when you play shirtless, you don't leave much up your sleeve. But what do Antic have in this 3v3? Presence shown from Skull Hunter at A. Is that enough to pull a rotation? Sorry, 3v4. Now 2v4. It's not. They hold strong here, 16-20. I suspect they should be able to take this round just based on trading out alone.
You would hope so. Antic have got no idea where they are either. Cheeseball inside this smoke. They can't deny the bomb plant at least, so there is a chance for Antic. Come up absolutely huge, and Damio has cleared the backside. Obson wins his first duel. Not his second. And Forvin. He is like a man possessed at the moment, isn't he, Jim? He's just hitting everything.
Well, we said he was going to be one of the win conditions for 16-20 if his performance is dialed in like it normally is. And that's exactly what he can do. He can phone in these performances that really do give them so many rounds just based on that alone. But he's not the only one starting to really chime in for 16-20. There are a few other players who are having some key moments, and I'm not talking, crazy rounds, just consistent performances. And with that, you're able to start to build your way back into a game like this. And it's no surprise to see things just take a momentary pause, because I don't know, if you're Antic right now, you got to feel as though things are starting to catch up with you. It's a technical pause, but it will give them a moment of respite.
Yeah, definitely. And this is, I think, where you start to come a little bit unstuck on your opponent's map choice if you haven't got a great grasp of exactly what we're going to get. Antic Esports, they looked okay on the CT side, but once they've come onto T, they've really looked like they've been a little bit lost. They did win the pistol. That's helped them out, obviously, but you can see in the gun rounds just how much better 16-20 Kings are looking right now in this second half.
I feel as though this twist and turn of a second half will continue to do exactly that. Twist and turn on us. Feels a bit seesaw, doesn't it? But change of pace off the bat. Tech 9s, the pain train rolls in, stopping all stations. Destination B.
Well, decent enough trades from Antic, and that's kind of the name of this round for them. Go fast and get trades. And they did. But now they've got Stripped wrapping in behind them, so they're going to have to try and push their way forward. You can't be messing around on the site. Fiend! He's actually found that kill on the Script, and now he's got himself an M4. And then meanwhile, Skull Hunter's found the timing behind 2. It is the round done and dusted, and 16-20 Kings, again, just when things are looking like they're going to go back to in their own favor. They just fumble it a little bit in the critical rounds.
Worst part is too, that's the round that really does have reset potential for 16-20 Kings, right? Like, it puts them all in that rebuy scenario, and if they go on to take a second round here, Antic, they can really make a sprint for the finish line, because 16-20 Kings are going to have to take an eco. They need to win this round, 16-20. This is the swing round, as Pilski would put it.
This is the big round.
Oh.
It's the most important round of the map so far.
That's a Falcon.
I think he's playing in another game. 5-on-5. Forvin's in a pretty good spot to deal with this push onto the A bomb site, and it's not something we've really seen from Antic so far. So, what kind of util do they have to layer in here? Forvin, he spots Obson, drops the bomb carrier, but it is a 1-for-1. Cheeseball was taken down, sliding his way in from Donut. Fiends pushed into Temple, another 1-for-1. Neither team getting a real grasp of this round thus far, but Reckons' position is so advanced that Forvin was not expecting it. Bomb was exiting, by the way, and it might do so again, because Damyo is locking down the rotate. He's spotted out Cookie, and that's a free kill for him. Now Script in the 1-on-2 with an MP9 in hand. Figure out where to go, and unfortunately, he chooses wrong and runs into Damyo. A huge round to win for Antic. And a lot of moving pieces in that one. That honestly would be a fantastic round to take a look at on Skybox, because there was just players everywhere.
So much happening. So much happening. Yeah, factor in the, I guess, the condition there that 16-20, they're going to have to take this eco on the back of even the fact that they were being traded out into that A bomb site. So many trades were going to cost them regardless of whether they won or lost. So, yeah, there was just so much to break down in that round. It almost seemed as though it was like, everybody go kill. That was sort of the feeling you got, but it was a little bit more coordinated than that. Ooh. Shoulder peeking there from Obson. This B site stack though. Are Antic going to take the bait?
They found the bomb.
USPs.
They found the bomb, Jim. 5-7 in hand for Script. USP only for Nor. Should not be winnable for him here for CT side still. And it won't be. But Reckons did kill Damyo.
Trying to get hands on that orb. Sacrifice for the greater cause. Now, this is, of course, is the round win, but 16-20. This is the round that they were waiting for. You need to pile on 5 rounds if they want to win it in regulation. Antic have been given quite a lot of territory though. Look how deep the player in Donut is. They're not playing that player in mid anymore. They need to be aware of the 16-20 because they have actually left a lot open. They are taking information to B ramp though, so that's where they're hoping to make up the difference.
It's 5-on-4. Again, a numbers advantage for 16-20 Kings, and it's not over just yet, Jim. Antic still need to do a bit more work to get this one over the line, and it does feel like they have been a little bit streaky on the map. So 16-20 Kings, I think, can still feel confident in their ability to bring this back to overtime or even maybe a map win from this 14-11 scoreline.
We've seen 5v3s implode before. Morvan's just tanking that molly. His teammate smokes him out. Oh, it's a lot of time though. Forvin's down to 12 and that's the site now. Got to get in though, and that smoke is going to provide them passage even though Cookie's trying to pepper it.
This is a bit dangerous now. Post plant. Doesn't look too bad for Antic, but Obson needed to win that duel. If he could have gotten this into at least a 1-on-2 for Damyo, maybe you'd have a bit of hope. But a 1-on-3, 16-20 Kings, they should have this one every day of the week. A smoke's going to go down. Defuse is on. Spam is through, and it's not connecting either. Grenade won't help out all that much. It's a 10-second defuse. Jim, oh no! Oh no, it's gone horribly wrong. Cheeseball, he tried to cover it off. He tried to be the meat shield, but the 10-second defuse gets the better of 1620 Kings. Did Cookie have a defuse kit? I wonder. I don't think he did.
Man, unfortunately for 1620 Kings, that was far from their crowning moment. The meat shield attempt too from Cheeseball. That's rough. It's amazing what $400 can do for your round. And now they're just trying to smash and grab with these Deagles.
Well, again, you know, Antic they're not doing this easily, Jim. They are really being forced to work hard. And Nor, what a nice line. Actually does get deleted there by Damio, but Cookie is swinging in for an attempt himself. Can't get much done. Looking better and better now for Antic to close the map out. 16-11 definitely on the cards. That though,
Spam too.
Spanner in the works.
Oh, that grenade took a bit of a wild turn. Back to a 3v3. There is some utility though from the CTs to work with here. They do have those smokes and flash to work with. But you can look at that Molotov on Obson and wonder, is that going to be required?
Don't know that it is. Obson, he's got this one on lockdown. Does not need a Molotov, does not need any help. And that's going to be the map. Antic Esports, they get it over the line, 16-11. I have to say, Jim, I had my doubts that they were going to be able to do that for a little bit in the second half there. I actually thought 16-20 Kings was really getting it going quite nicely. But, you know, I guess you consider the fact that both the pistols went the way of Antic. They started off both halves really, really nicely. And it always felt like 16-20 Kings was fighting from behind. So I just wonder how that kind of would have played out if 16-20 Kings would have just had a little bit more going for them at the start of the map and, you know, at the start of each half, because they were definitely putting Antic under a bit of pressure in some instances there. So, look, I mean, it's good news, I guess, for Antic. They've won on their opponent's map choice. Definitely back them now to close the series out, but I think that map was closer than the scoreline would indicate.
There definitely is a few moments there you would highlight in that match too. I mean, you had, I guess, essentially just individuals stepping in. You've had a few rounds where, you know, the Deagles, for example, have done damage, and that's really put teams on the back foot economically. I mean, that's, I guess, the way that the cookie crumbles when the teams are so close in the way that they play. But, I mean, Antic get the result that we expected. The bonus for them, too, is it's on a map like Ancient, which is, of course, 1620's map pick. And the fact that they were able to do so and look quite comfortable, I think bodes well for them in this series.
Indeed it does. And of course, we do have a little bit more to chat about. That is going to be coming on the other side of the break, though. We've got potential till 2 more maps in this series. So, to find out how it's going to go when we come back, and we'll see you in just a sec.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Welcome back to LPL Pro CSGO, and we are underway with our first series of the evening. Jim, it has been a pretty tight one thus far. We've just seen Antic Esports getting the win on map 1 against 1620 Kings. It was Ancient, it was 1620 Kings map choice, and that obviously bodes poorly for 1620 Kings heading onto Nuke now. But give me your thoughts on that first map before we dive a little bit deeper into this series, because I sort of said it felt like there was a world where 1620 Kings could potentially win that one, but they never really got ahead of Antic Esports at any point on that map. They dropped a couple of really critical swing rounds as well. And at the end of the day, Antic Esports is a good enough squad that if you give them enough rope, inevitably they're going to run away with things, and they did.
I think the thing with Antic too is that, yeah, they were expected to win that, but there were certainly so many rounds there where 1620 Kings were showing that they came into Ancient quite prepared. And Antic were really having to try and run some of the gauntlets of utility. But I also felt as though 1620 Kings, I mean, right from the get-go, that first gun round that we saw, they ran into a barrage of utility and it took them a few rounds to sort of get back on the horse and really have a go. And I think as far as the series is concerned, 1620 Kings certainly can take it to Antic on Nuke. But I think Antic are just proving to be just that tad stronger in some of these duels, and I think some of the mid rounds where things start to break down, a lot of these gaps start to open up. Antic are far better at identifying where those gaps are and what to do.
Indeed, indeed. All right, well, we should start thinking about Nuke here as well, and then obviously with that, you have to start to factor in that this is the map choice of Antic, and they have been actually quite good on this map in the past, right? Statistically,
Absolutely.
again, maybe not so much, but when you look at the caliber of opponents that they're playing against and the how close the maps have actually been that they've lost on this one, I think you can probably give them the benefit of the doubt here that going on to Nuke, it's definitely going to be a bit of a haven for them. And I'd have to say, I think that this, to me, looks like it should now be a 2-0 after seeing that that first map has gone the way of Antic.
I think the reality is too for these teams right now is if you're going to be a top team in this region, you've got to be proficient at Nuke. All of the top teams in this region really do like to play it and play it well. So if you're going to have any chance of actually, being within reach of them, as we've seen from Antic, they do have some map reps against some of the top teams on this map of Nuke. Yes, they haven't got the statistics to back it up, but they're actually in those matchups doing quite well, getting a lot of rounds. And I think it's safe to say that both of these two teams would really be wanting to add it to the strengths of their map pool. And this is the perfect opportunity to start notching up some statistics in your favor.
Yeah, definitely going to be hard work, though, for 1620 Kings to come back into this series. Not only requiring that win now on Nuke, but also on Vertigo, which to me is also a little bit of an up-in-the-air kind of a prospect. I don't really know what we're going to get out of Vertigo if we do get there. But I think Antic Esports, they'll be feeling like they probably deserve a 2-0 now after a pretty hard-fought victory on Ancient. I hope that we're going to get to see something good from them here on Nuke. I hope that the losses to the likes of Paradox in the past and the win against DGG weren't just sort of flashes in the pan from Antic. They are actually, at least what I hope, a bit more of an indication of a relative strength on that map. And I think this is a team that has been together, long enough that they probably should be able to put together a pretty solid map pool and come into this one relatively well drilled. It seemed like that was kind of the case on Ancient, that they were reasonably well drilled, even if it wasn't a map that they played a huge amount. So for a map that they play a fair bit, that they find themselves on quite often, you'd have to think that they're going to be looking pretty good here. Yeah,
and I think, even as far as, say, the individual matchups go in this particular match, you've got some players here that have played together for quite some time, or have even played in some teams in previous iterations of some of these rosters. So, Cheeseball has actually played with, Fiend and Reckons. I'm talking maybe about, a year and a half to 2 years ago, but enough in recent times to at least know player tendencies, individual tendencies too, which can really help counter some of these mid-round decision-making in these clutch scenarios. So, I think it's safe to say that these two teams will be very familiar with one another. I think Nuke is a perfect ground for them to meet, to be able to exploit some of those, I guess, knowledgeable tendencies. Whereas Ancient, it's slightly newer territory, right? Like, yes, it is the newer map in the pool. Maybe they haven't had enough time to bed down and play the map as much as possible in some of those sort of situations. But, you know, particularly because obviously they were in teams well before it was in the map pool, so they would never have played it with one another. But yeah, it gets into that sort of territory where, okay, Nuke, they probably had hundreds of reps either for or against one another. And this is where, yeah, the little bit of history starts to come into play.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Well, I guess at the moment I am also sort of thinking if this does go the way of Antic Esports and 1620 Kings gets knocked down into that lower bracket, then what does this look like for them there? Obviously, there's a lot of good teams in this bracket. You know, I think it's going to be quite difficult to guarantee that you're going to be able to make it through that lower bracket when you've got, you know, I mean, I guess we would make the argument that Vertex would probably beat Nutty, DGG would probably beat Lonely 5, but Bandits versus X8 Ballers, I'm not sure which way that one would go. And then for those teams, Nutty, Lonely 5, you know, 1620 Kings and whatever team drops down from the other match, down in that lower bracket, I think that's still going to be a little bit of a struggle, right? I don't think you can guarantee anything at this point in time. So even despite the fact that it is a double elim competition right now, I don't know. I mean, I think you definitely want to be getting as many lives as you'd like, and to drop it initially here in round one would not be ideal at all, Jim. Look, we're going to take a short break here. Obviously, things haven't been quite prepared to go into the server just yet. I think someone's sorting out some tech issues. So we'll take a short one. Don't go too far away, and we'll be back with our second map in just a sec.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Alrighty, well, short break's a good break as far as I'm concerned, and we are ready to go into map number 2. So let's go ahead and head on into Nuke. It is going to be a pretty important one here for 1620 Kings, as they are now facing an elimination from at least the upper bracket of Stage 2. Not necessarily elimination from the stage as a whole. It is a double elim bracket, but you wouldn't want to be going down into the bottom side of that bracket, Jim. There's a lot of good teams in this initial 8-team bracket. And of course, Antic Esports is one of them. So now that Antic's moving on to their own map choice, they would be feeling very comfortable and confident about how things are going to go. So I guess let's see what Antic has got for us and what 1620 Kings is going to be able to throw in the mix here as well, because they are definitely in the do or die for this series.
Retake potential is on here too for 1620. Cheeseball has all the keys to the round, but that's an audacious Molotov. It almost immediately expends the one smoke that they had up their sleeve. And so, in the meantime, they've been able to just roll on under the ramps. Should be able to take control of lowers here, but they do have enemy at the gates, or the doors in this instance. However, they need to clear that out.
Oh. Not exactly in a great spot there when he gets run down by multiple Glocks, and it is just a free fart for Antic. Cheeseball making it a bit more difficult, but cannot calibrate onto the head of Reckons. We find ourselves in a 2-on-1, but Script has got 2 weapons. One for each enemy, maybe.
Doubling down.
Or not.
Oh, double trouble though. 2 pistols, but he had 2 targets. So, couldn't hit them both. And that means Antic, they roll through. How fast was that pistol though? Yep, almost immediately show presence in top side. That Molotov pulls the rotation out. They only had 1 player sitting at ramp who was then unders. It just felt as though 16-20 Kings were reeling that entire round. Bit of parkour from Antic as they come out of the gates here. Waves of utility into top side. They get a player into vent. This is just chaos to deal with for 16-20 Kings who don't have any utility to deal with anything at the moment. However, they can catch them out with the pistols.
Yeah, I think Antic have generally been quite fast on their pistols. So, definitely a stylistic choice that they've brought into this particular matchup. Script has got himself a Mag 7, but I don't know how much use he's going to get out of it. Going to run right into Damio, and at this range, the Galil definitely should be doing the damage. HE nade, not really too successful there onto Script. It's a wise decision from Damio to back away, because there was a crossfire established with Forward.
Or will the temptation be too great? Got to hard clear this angle. Forward. Looking dangerous with that deagle.
Indeed, but it is another round win for Antic Esports. Still, gun goes back over to the CT side.
Every little bit helps. The fact that it's a Galil probably won't help. But regardless, if someone can take that, wield that, it's a massive benefit to the team. So just take a brief respite here with a quick tech pause, but I don't know. 16-20 hasn't been an ideal start to a map for them where they have to win to stay in this upper bracket of stage 2.
There was a couple of ping issues before this map started, so might be a little bit of that still going on. Just waiting for it to settle down. Looks like we're getting ready to go back into the swing of things, which is good to see. Should be 3 rounds on the T side for Antic to start things off, which is already, yeah, 50% maybe of your job done on Nuke.
Yeah. Amazing how much, you know, clean pistol and anti-ecos can give to you in terms of advantage, particularly on that T side. But this time they encounter some utility from 16-20. Maybe it makes them slow down and at least begin to wonder whether or not they potentially could be up against some weapons against the board in 16-20. But trying to push the issue here. That's a good opener.
Robson in a great spot to deal with Script. Mag 7 just not quite going to be able to get enough damage done at a range like that, particularly when there's obstacles in the way blocking some of the pellets. So yes, a Galil has been picked up. In fact, maybe even an AK. No, it was a Galil in the end.
Wide peek from Skull Hunter.
Alright.
Drift King.
All good in the end for Antic though. No weapon saved over. You know, I would like to have taken that Galil into the next round, but they're obviously going to buy anyway. 16-20 Kings, and what are they going to go for? 1 AWP, 4 rifles, full sets of utility, and a DG skin there for 4 wins. So pretty much got a perfect buy here for 16-20 Kings, but I don't know if Antic is going to let them use it. Skull's already down the vent.
I wonder if that small step's been heard. Cheeseball's backing off. There is a gap now, and as the smoke fades. So, might be able to take that duel with Fiend. You would expect the M4 to be able to deal with that over distance, but I think Antic are just planning on walking across here. Let's have a second wave of utility. There we go.
Yep. Well, there's a hole in the smokes, though. Cheeseball can't even land a shot, unfortunately. But he'll call the information. He saw 3 players crossing. You've already got a couple watching. Well, I guess 1 watching the B-bomb side. A second now will join him. Nor has been spotted out. Reckons does well to transfer onto him. After taking the fight against Cheeseball, Hobson won't have to tank any of that fire to get the bomb plant down, but he now has to take the challenges. Looking in toward Megaton, there's a lot of CTs headed in his direction. Is covered off nicely by Skull. Working well in unison, this Antic roster. Script and Forbin finding themselves with a 2-on-3 post plant. Is not exactly where they'd have enjoyed to be going at this point in the half. Should be a save.
Yeah. Very difficult to even make that retake work at the best of times, and they didn't have any of that utility, particularly smokes, that could have made the job somewhat easier. But Antic really are rolling on here. I mean, the confidence of Fiend too, to just knife out once he was in the halls, just to get to his destination. Really did back Skull Hunter with that info. So it's just a redistribution of pistols for 16-20 among the AWP and M4 they saved.
Cookie looks like he wants to get a little bit aggressive in toward lobby. AWP's in hand. And he will find his man eventually. So Antic Esports maybe not expecting to deal with that kind of a offensive move from the CTs. Now start to struggle a little. Forbin on top of Hearts. Loses his life to Fiend, but Fiend can't turn around and get the better of Cookie. It's now just Damio left alive. 1-on-3, AK in hand. Nor just gets caught.
Cheeseball's playing that off angle. It allows Damio passage to the vent though. That's where
He doesn't have the bomb though, Jim. He's got to get the bomb.
That's where he can find himself open. Cheeseball got a lot of room to cover. Uh-oh. This is not going well.
Well, he was last spotted up there in heaven, Cookie, but Damio, not super prepared for it. We'll see that round fall to 16-20 Kings. He had a lot of time here, Jim, and it looked like he just wanted to challenge Cookie.
I was almost surprised to see him up the vent. Not up the ladder, sorry. Last known position. Again, we're seeing Antic just take a brutal pace towards outside here. Going to clear that close angle. Make sure no one from 16-20 get anywhere. Those L smokes are just going to make things even more difficult, but they're going to filter out Squeaky Door. Script's only good for 1. And Cheeseball actually might walk straight past Skull Hunter here if he tries to disregard that smoke.
Yeah, that is not the way that you want to be seeing things going right after you've won a round. Oh, knife? Any knifers? Oh, any double killers, I guess.
Oh!
Ooh. Stay in the corner, Skull. Or don't.
That was spoopy. They know exactly where Noah is. And I mean, there's incentive to take that weapon out of his hand, isn't there? But are they going to be able to do it? He's looked sharp, however. Just one target too many. They're going to take the AWP onto the T side, so expect a slower approach now.
All right. Antic, perfect round to win. Reset 16-20. You're going to go back onto the pistols. You've got 5-7, Deagle here and there, or 4 Cookie. They've won a round like this before. They'll need to do it again if they want to salvage this first half. Bit of noise being made by Antic. 16-20 Kings are going to hear them coming toward a ramp room. So Nor will change his position up just a little bit. See if he can find a cheeky one on the entry. No luck this time. Antic getting down the standard util to work their way into the B bomb site. And Cookie, the AK is found, so not a whole lot to be done here for the CT side anymore. When I say AK, Jim, I mean all, of course. You know, the AK with the scope.
Scoped AK with slower rate of fire.
That's right.
Not really a lot that can be done here for 16-20. I mean, Esports actually been able to save the AK. And that's about as good as it gets, right? Like, it's not really a good news week for 16-20 Kings right now. Need to be making the most of this CT side that they can. And their ancient woes have followed them onto Nuke.
Alrighty. Again, another opportunity here for 16-20 Kings, but it's going to have to be taken. It's going to have to be grasped. You can see on the win prediction tracker right now, 77% for Overt. If they win this round, it goes up to 84%. Ooh.
Oh.
There you go. Live update. Up to 82. So it does have a bit of a sort of trail behind it. And I think it might have just taken into account that previous round win. But yeah, more than 80% chance for Antic to win from here. And I'd have to say, I probably agree with that. You've already got 6 on your T side. It doesn't seem like anything's going horribly wrong. And 16-20 Kings are just floundering a little bit. So Antic definitely the ones that should be walking away with the map victory from here. But it is still early days. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, both these two teams have shown that they can really roll with momentum. So I wouldn't write 16-20 off just yet, but we're going to need to start getting around soon, Jordan. And flash off the line. Antic start to roll through. Bit of an angry mob coming through ladder base. Are they even going to know? Cheeseball might not even be able to... Okay, he's tuned in at the right moment. They get up the ladder base. I don't think they expect that many, but... Going to make it expensive. They're going to be able to drop into the top, and the 2 remaining players from Antic are quite low. But so is Cheeseball, so... I don't know, this round really does hang in the balance here. What can Nor do? He's got the power of position through Annex.
Time is working in the favour of Antic, but there's not a huge amount of it to worry about yet for 16-20 Kings. And Cheeseball easily able to find Skull Hunter. So, 16-20 Kings will get their second round, and this is the first that really builds a little bit of confidence, because it was the first proper gun round that they've won. And that's how you're going to inevitably win this game. Is taking gun rounds away from Antic Esports.
Certainly felt as though the pistols were going the way of Antic and those subsequent rounds, but yeah, I mean, that's realistically their only way back into this is through those gun rounds and just putting rounds together, particularly on that CT side. You need to be able to string them together. You can't find them splattered here and there. Uh-oh. Forvent was not expecting Skull Hunter to be so far advanced. And this is just breaking and entering into top.
Yeah, and again, it's the same issue that we sort of saw on Ancient, but even to a greater extent, it feels like 16-20 Kings will get off to a decent sort of spree of rounds, or in this case, at least they have won a round, and then immediately afterward, they just lose the next round, or they lose the important round, they lose the swing round. You know, in this kind of a situation, 16-20 Kings, it's not good enough to just win one anymore. They need to be winning, 3, 4, 5, probably from here 6 rounds in a row now to make this half salvageable.
It all starts with this round too. Otherwise, you're going to have 16-20 in a very, very tough situation because now that Eco will be on the cards, they pretty much spent everything trying to get into this. Cheeseball just shoulder peeking his way, will be spotted out. He's going to get down the vent to try and cover, but the wrap looks like it is on through ramp.
Nor's the only one over here to deal with it as well. He's got himself a smoke, which is the only piece of delaying util, so it's not as if he can drop down into the ramp and go back into the B bomb site, falling behind a molly. Smoke can help, but it's not necessarily going to stop Antic if they want to go. Either way, it won't matter. We're headed toward the A bomb site more than anything else, and so far, trades have been good for 16-20 Kings. Corbin up on top of Hut is still a threat, and Skull Hunter deals with it. There's another player out on top of Rafters already, and he can't get the safety of the vent. A round won by 16-20 Kings, but Jim, we need to see another one. We need to see two in a row at least.
That was an expensive round to win too. Only having 2 remaining at the end, so we need to see another. For the sheer fact that that was an expensive round for them to win. So, this is where things get tough because they reduce their loss bonus a little bit. They have to almost fully buy back into it. So, Antic will be very well aware of this. They can get a bomb plant here that will continue to threaten. Now, Forvin has got the alligator. I want to see it show some teeth. I don't think it's going to find any action this round.
Doesn't look like it. Antic have gone out and that's pretty much the last place you'd want to be having a shotgun. If he spots out 1 or 2. Not really able to do any significant damage just yet. Reckons we'll get the better of him. Obs and also caught Nor. So options around the map start to open up for the T's.
I have seen the shotgun do some pretty wild things to players without armor over distance. Just saying.
Okay. But everyone on Antic has armor.
Except for Damio. He had armor. Alright. Doesn't matter anyway. I just think they're going to be herded.
Cheeseball. He might actually get something going here if he finds that timing. Damn, yo. As you mentioned, no head armor. Could have been dangerous for him, but he'll drop. And so, unfortunately, will the alligator.
Skinned. You can go so many places with a player that, you know, is using the alligator. They're getting swamped. You know? There's not much they can do in this situation. It's always time for a cold beverage with script. Pretty comfortable in his save position.
It's probably keep an eye on what's going on, because eventually he's going to drop.
Script and sipped, I think.
Script and sipped. Well, hasn't helped out too much. 8-2-3. 16-20 Kings again. They just cannot seem to string rounds together.
Back onto the 5-7s and Deagles to, I don't know, hopefully pilfer some weaponry. Oh, taking a little bit of damage through some of these spams, aren't they? Oh, that grenade's just going to chunk them down. They're not having a good time in topside.
No, they are not. And they will not in the rest of the round either, Jim. It is starting to get a little bit unreasonable now. We did expect Antic were going to come into this map and be the better team on this one. We know what they can do on nukes before against better teams than 16-20 Kings. And they most definitely are delivering right now.
Starting to run away from them, if it hasn't already. Yeah, they can bring it back to a 9-6 if they knuckle down right now. However, we just haven't seen that level of performance from 1620. Not so far on Nuke. That's unfortunately the way that they have been here. Ancient just seem to be their best chance in this series so far, based on what we're seeing here.
Well, Skullhunter's been able to creep down the vents once again. And cheese ball. Well, he could have lined a couple up there and made something of this round for 1620 Kings, but it's going to be someone else's job now. Skullhunter can't win that duel. Maybe a little bit unlucky. He was on like 44 HP when it started, so I wonder what would have happened there had he been full HP.
Even if they don't win this round, Anti can really throw a spanner in the works of the 1620 Kings economy. Camio's got good position. And Obson is just waiting to play off that.
Not a whole lot of time left in this one. Camio's gotten himself into the A-bomb site, but Hobson's the one that we really need to see something from. He's the carrier. He's got the bomb. He's going to make his way forward, tosses the bomb back over to his teammate, but Hut was not clear, and Script comes through squeaky. The 1620 Kings will win themselves another one. But if we keep trading 1-for-1 right now, Jim, Antic will take that.
Yeah, absolutely they will. As I said though, not quite an expensive round to win. It could have been more expensive. That would have really made 1620 Kings hurt, but they do not worry. It's all about this round right now. If they could string these last two rounds together, I think at least will give them some belief that they're able to be in this matchup based on momentum alone. Script nearly got caught out by the timing of that. Skull Hunter has just been so keen to press the go button. But so have Antic in general. They've been quite a fast team, and well, they know they have to be ready to face multiple numbers too in these contact plays.
It's pretty imperative for 1620 Kings to win this round and the next, just to give themselves something to work with in the second half. 4 or 5 rounds on the CT side of Nuke is just simply not enough. Not against a team like Antic, but maybe if they can get 6, Jim. Win the pistol. Maybe. You have to have a really good T side, but it's doable.
There is a world where that may just happen. Now, Hobson's got good position. Now the question is, who's going to be covering ladder from top side? Because I can see Script, Cheeseball, but neither of them really have eyes on ladder. Cheeseball knows one's up there, but he has to take that duel with Hobson. So they will get themselves into this top side. Okay, Forvin.
I don't know if that was ideal.
Suboptimal.
It's kind of left Nor in a bit of a sticky situation now. Antic have done a very good job to swing this round back in their favour. Hobson and reckons it's not a guaranteed victory, but they should be happy with where they've got it so far. And looking at the crossfire, while it might not be guaranteed, it's probably about 99% that this one should go the way of Antic. Bomb's about to go off as well, and Hobson will confirm it. 10-4 the scoreline now. You have to say, it's looking like it might be 11-4 as well, Jim.
Yeah, I'm not holding out a lot of hope here for 1620's economy, let alone the way they've been playing some of these rounds, and now they're going to have to do it with the deficit. Bringing back in the alligator on cheese ball, but okay, Cookie with the Negev. This could work, but I don't know if you want to have him as the player that you boost. Maybe just adding a level of spice that we haven't seen. Cheese ball gets away on 2 HP, so not shaping up so far to be a good position for 16-20 Kings.
Oh dear. Hasn't started very well, Jim. Script, Mag 7. That's not exactly the range he wants to be taking a fight at. Nor is in there with the Deagle, and Cookie with the Negev has gotten himself at least a kill. Unfortunately, he will not be able to retrieve the superior weapon.
It's kind of rocked up.
Just here for a good time, bro. 11-4 though. I don't know that we're going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, really not a good end to the half there for 16-20 Kings. So many rounds there were in the balance. And I don't know, I got the similar feeling on Ancient. But definitely this time, Antic, the more clinical team. Just stylistically too, Antic really don't have any trouble going faster, varying their pace. Quite aggressive. They really do back Skull Hunter in those entry situations, and that just created mayhem for 16-20 as they now head to this T side. Just a single flash on the cheese ball. Now to try and get them into position. But they're taking losses already. They're going to get into Annex.
Pistol round going quite well so far for Antic, and Script looked like he's about to lose his head as well. Just the one tap from Skull Hunter is all that's required, and apparently the same can be said for Nor's life as well. Cheeseball, he's going to need to do something crazy to win this round. Just don't see it happening here, Jim. Particularly if the pistol goes the way of Antic. I think they've been a little bit too good on Nuke. 16-20 Kings may be making a relatively quick exit from the upper bracket.
That was not a fantastic result on the pistol. Antic, again, another pistol towards him. Cheeseball even gets deleted. He gets clothesline. What are we expecting here from 16-20 Kings? They really need a bomb plant.
They need a bit more than a bomb plant, Jim.
They need a bomb plant. It starts with that, Jordan. They got some utility.
It starts with control of the site, Jim. They need control of the site first before they can get the bomb plant.
Oh,
that, unfortunately,
no
yeah, should be a kill every day of the week for Cheeseball, but he's not able to land the last couple of bullets, and Fiend gets away with a bit of a lucky one. So, slowly but surely, Antic are taking control of this round as well. Damio, he's feeling a little bit worse for wear. Luckily, he's got the help of Obson, who is good for 2 with the Famus.
Forvin and Cookie to try and combine to salvage the round, but they're too far apart at the moment. Really no trade potential. Forvin does get spotted out. Cookie's going to try and reposition to ladder base, but neither of them have the bomb. Oh, okay, Cookie. Could make things expensive at least for Antic, but
I don't know about that.
Oh, drop in.
Well, 1 kill, you know, I think Antic is probably happy with that at the end there. So they do take a few guns through. A few kills going over to the SMGs as well, which is nice. (13-4).
Always good for the back pocket.
Only a couple of rounds to go.
I feel like 16-20 Kings have been on eco forever. The fadeaway Deagle. Cookie's been able to find quite a few kills with that thing. Not enough to win rounds for 16-20 Kings, but at least enough to be entertaining and do some economic damage in the meantime.
Yep. Bit of a traffic jam in Squeaky.
Yeah. Peak hour.
Quite smoggy. Reckons is going to have a great round here, isn't he? Oh, you'd love that. That is that one of the best things to feel in Counter-Strike, you think? What's the best feeling in CS?
It's either Deeg 1B, AK 1 tap, or actually, yeah, Deeg 1B for sure.
Surely 3+ guys running at you when you have an MP9 and you're on anti-eco and they're all armorless is a pretty good time.
It is a good time.
Yeah.
Either that or a USP 1 tap
Yeah, true.
on pistol. That's pretty good.
Well, the score, or the prediction, 98% to Antic. Put that up to 99. I'll say, let's give it 99%. There's a 1% chance 16-20 Kings come back into this one, and it starts in this round, Jim. They're not coming back from 4-15. They have to come back from 4-14.
It is still a sizable mountain to climb. There's no molehill, that's for sure. Now, what do 16-20 Kings do here? They're just holding the aggressive pushes out of Antic, but trying to just walk their way up ramps. Daniel there. It could be a real problem for them. Oh, they're just going to walk in one by one. They do eventually get the trade, but Cookie tanks a lot of damage in doing so.
Yeah. I mean, it's not too bad for 16-20 Kings in this round. They've taken a bit of control, working their way through hell. This will be a pretty important jewel for North to win, but he's going to get double peaked. It's hard to win those, but he very nearly does. Cookie on 22 HP. If Reckons finds the timing to just fire one bullet into him, he's going to be a dead man, and Forvent goes low. So it's on to Fiend, who's down at the B bomb site. Oh, he's got a long rotate to make. This will be a tough one to win now.
Could be buoyed by the fact, though, that both remaining players to 16-20 are quite low, and if you're in Fiend's position, it's the question of whether or not you'll be able to firstly win the round or do enough economic damage, and I think he's just going to try and make exits difficult here for 16-20.
Forvent should almost definitely die. So Antic will be left wanting one more round at least. But like I said, Jim, if the comeback's going to happen, it's going to happen from 4-14. So the dream is still alive for 16-20 Kings.
It certainly still is, but it's hanging by just a few threads.
Yep, probably. Probably. Here we go again. 16-20 Kings. What have you got for us on the T side of Nuke? Want to see a little bit of magic here. Make Antic work for this victory. Because they really haven't been pressured too much here on the second map.
They're being made to work for it at the tail end of at least what we suspect is the half. Oh, the shoulder is... Damio knew it was coming. Couldn't stop it, though.
Okay. 16-20 Kings finding the better of it. And Antic are going to be quite poor after this round.
Oh. Just felt as though Antic got flattened with those last few kills. So, alright. Antic have to take their foot off the gas. They're running low on juice in that bank account.
No juice.
No juice. Juiceless.
Couldn't think of anything worse.
Oh. Pulp or no pulp?
Pulp.
Absolute. Extra pulp if you can.
Yes. Now you're speaking my language. I don't understand no pulp gang. Just,
I know.
It's like, what is even the point?
It's tasteless, really.
Agree. Bean's all about pulp gang. He's turned Cheeseball into pulp, but it's 4-on-4 again because Cookie was good for the trade. And in fact, actually taps away at the head of Damio as well.
Okay, Reckons is also going to take the plunge, but Obson only finds one with that dig. So Antic need to put a stop to this rebellion. They need to put a halt to it. Otherwise things could bleed out for them.
Alright, 14-7. Antic still teetering on the precipice of finishing this map off, but 16-20 Kings have shown a little more on the T side than what we might have expected. They've done reasonably well to get it back to at least a fight. They haven't gone down, you know, without a fight at least. And Cookie catches Damio on the timing. That's the B bomb site pretty much cracked open very, very fast down to the bottom side of the map here. Was 16-20 Kings.
Obson's found Nor and back to a 4v4. Looking at the wrong side though, Skull Hunter. So
yeah, I think this is just a save call, surely.
Yeah. No kits, so it makes the prospect of a save almost immediately where my mind would be at too if I was Antic.
Alrighty. At least that gives Antic the opportunity to fight for it here again in the next. Famas out for Skull Hunter is all that he's going to be able to afford, but the rest of the lads are looking pretty well stocked with util. A couple of defuse kits there as well, which is good to see. Money's fantastic though for 16-20 Kings, so
yeah,
even in a situation where Antic does win around here, they are really going to have to work for that next one as well. That's not the ideal start.
No.
Oh,
the flash is great.
Fiend.
Oh.
He's gotten the triple. Cheeseball, he's gotten a double, but 3 is better than 2. At least that's what I hear. Oh, my word. Obson's just sent it out onto the rafters. And Damio's lucky to be alive. Cheeseball probably fuming that that hasn't been a headshot. Normally that's how it works. You shoot him in the foot from underneath and it's a headshot.
It's done so much damage in this round, though.
Yeah, but it's the AWPer remaining, so how relevant really is that damage? Took a little while for Cookie to see Skull Hunter there, and that was enough. 15 on the board for Antic. Has been a long time coming. Might have thought we'd be done with this series already, Jim, but 16-20 Kings have had a bit of a fight back in the second half. Ultimately, this could be the last round, though. Obson on the AWP.
16-20 have got everything they need at their disposal. No fast approach though. Oh, Obson checks that angle. Cookie with the return serve. And actually, Antic are starting to lose control.
Not over.
Skull Hunter has something to say.
I thought Skull Hunter was going to be good for the double there. He seemed to know exactly where Cheeseball was. All right.
It's a walk-off.
Damio's just going to try and hang on to this AWP.
That is a very intense stare at that monitor. This time around, though, it was Antic that couldn't really deal with the pace. They had that push through ramp, but I don't know. Cookie's presence with that AWP didn't put a stop to it.
You just get the feeling, though, now that Antic has put this on 15, that inevitably something has to happen that will put that over to 16. It's not often that you see 6 rounds in a row put together on the T side of Nuke, and 16-20 Kings, that's what's required of them here.
That's not going to help either. Demir going down relatively early in the mix. Oh, that spam. Damn. Skull Hunter has been destroyed through that spam.
Yeah, most of Antic have been destroyed in this round. It's now just Obson and Reckons, but they are actually positioned quite nicely to deal with this push from 16-20 Kings. Reckons has dropped the bomb, Jim. This could go all wrong. We're back to 2-on-2 now. A 4-on-2. It should have been 16-20 Kings every day of the week. And maybe it still will be, but can Obson do anything about it? No. 10-15.
Oh, this is starting to really bleed out for Antic, and now 16-20 Kings starting to have a bit more self-belief. Really starting to pile on the rounds, and Antic don't look as buoyed by that. They just want this series over.
Looks like he wants to take matters into his own hands, but can't land the shots with that 5-7. Now it'll be Obson's turn to go in front of the molly, but again, Forvin has that on lock.
Skullhunter and Damio. What can they find here? Just Damio is a long way away with that alligator, but P250 from Skullhunter just aim punched into oblivion. And Cheeseball should be able to just knock Damio on the head. So, this ride isn't stopping.
No. Take a short pause here, hopefully. It is a tech pause though, so who knows. Just want to make sure everything is all sweet. Yeah, especially in a situation like this where it's really tight. I mean, 16-20 Kings, they're fighting for their life in this round.
Absolutely are.
You know, if they get knocked down, then obviously still a bit of work to be done in that lower bracket. They're not done yet, but in stage 2, you only have 2 chances, and this could be one of them. And we thought it was slipping away. We thought it was gone, really. I thought it was done.
Yeah.
But we're still here.
They've kept it interesting. Tail end. So it looks like they're doing their hardest work when their backs really are up against the wall. But they have a gun round to contend with here from Antic. So 16-20. They need to be switched on here. They can't let this pause put any rest to their momentum.
Wasn't a particularly long pause, so I don't think we should get too worried about that. Still be feeling pretty good about things. All right. 15-11. Here we go again. How many times are we going to have to say that? How many times are 16-20 Kings going to be able to continue to put that round on the board in a row? They need to do it 4 more times. And Antic just need that one. Nice position here from Obson for what looks like it might be a creep through the smoke from 16-20 Kings. In the end, they will divert, go down into secret. But you've already got a player there, Fiend, who is quite far progressed, watching for it. And of course, once he takes contact, then it's going to be on to Obson to start to have a look and see what he can do. Fiend drops the smoke down. Obson on the move. Exactly as we expected. Finds one. And that's how that setup is supposed to work for Antic. Hobson gets out alive as well.
Matter of timing. Cookie takes some damage, but Hobson is just playing this wild game of hide and go seek. He's not aware of Cheeseball's position. Cheeseball doesn't see him in the window. How much is that doggy in the window? We're not sure. Didn't see him. But he will check. And Hobson will go down. So this makes things really difficult now because they've lost control of ladder base and they're about to be collapsed in topside.
Yeah, Reckons is in a great spot though in Hut. He's safe from whatever is happening up there at Heaven. He should be able to deal with Script, and that is the bomb dropped with 19 seconds left on the clock. Things are going to start to get a little bit too tight here for 1620 Kings for comfort. Oh, can't plant the bomb, and it's on to Cheeseball now solo. He has to drop off, and Reckons is watching for it. 16-11 is the scoreline in the end, and Hobson with his signature move at the end of a very long series victory. I mean, it's a two mapper, so it's not too long, but it did feel like a pretty long 2 maps there, Jim, particularly toward the end there of Nuke, which, you know, it could have definitely been a faster map there than what it was, but all's well that ends well as far as Antic Esports is concerned, and getting the 2-0 over the line, obviously a good sign, good result. 1620 Kings, I think, can be... Obviously, they'll be disappointed, but I think they can be happy in the contest that they did give to Antic, particularly on that second map, which really looked like it would just be a whitewash. And then, obviously, you know, it wasn't quite that. So, well done, at least from 1620 Kings. They do not get knocked down into the lower bracket. It's not the end of the world. And they can sort of start to now turn their attention toward making that climb back from the lower bracket side.
They definitely didn't give themselves enough rope. Certainly not on Nuke. And it just felt as though they were delaying the inevitable for a long time in the early stages of their comeback. Towards the end, though, it started to get a little bit scary. There were a few rounds there where you actually thought maybe, just maybe, that was going to be it for them. But I think as far as, you know, Antic are concerned, that was where they expected themselves to be. They got it done in regulation. They won their map pick and took their opponent. So I think as far as, you know, the dub is concerned, they got it. And that's what they were here for.
Any standouts for you from that series as far as individual players are concerned? I feel like for Antic, it was kind of an effort by committee. I want to say at least for 1620 Kings on Ancient, Forvent definitely was the one to step up. But I don't know that he had the same kind of performance going into Nuke. And that may have been part of the reason why it did, initially at least, look quite one-sided for Antic.
Yeah, I felt as though Cookie was also a solid performer on that, or probably didn't have, you know, so many flashy rounds that you would expect, and I think it's a tough matchup against Hobson, who is quite a dynamic player with that AWP. So, yeah, I just think, you know, you've already highlighted the standout player. Skull Hunter was just so aggressive too, and you can see that Antic really do try and utilize that. The fact that he is able to just find a way through, find a gap in the utility, and create so much space for the players behind him, that really does help them start rounds off so well.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. All right, well, definitely a good day at the office for Antic Esports. I'm just taking a look at the other side of the bracket, or at least, you know, the other side of the upper bracket that they'll potentially have to face. And I'm thinking Bandits, 8-ballers, well, the ex-8-ballers roster, because as we know, again, that org has also sort of stepped away. I think that is actually a bracket that Antic will be quite happy with. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're able to dodge Vertex, they're able to dodge DGG, which I think are the other two really top competitors in this group, and I think they'll be pretty happy with that. They'll be expecting to probably go through to the grand finals. That is something that we'll have to talk about when we do catch up with their next game, though, Jim. Obviously, we have another game for us tonight that we need to get to. That's going to be starting at 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, so it'll be about a half-an-hour break for us here on the show. But for you guys, go get yourself some dinner, do what you need to do. Come back in about half an hour's time. We'll have some more Counter-Strike for you guys.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return. will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I'm back with Let's Play Live as our friends at Bandai Namco contacted us and said, hey, Zeno, do you want to review our latest game, Elden Ring, and see how you go? And, well, let's see how I go. What is Elden Ring? Well, Elden Ring is the latest title from Software in collaboration with George R.R. Martin to create a new open world epic story of a character who is tarnished and beyond the veil. In that world, they're going to have to fight for their life to try to beat the holders of the Elden Ring, where you will die a lot of times. You have to build up and level up your character. Like I said, it's open world, which means it's very, very epic, and there's so much to explore. And once you have your trusty steed Torrent, you're going to enjoy so much more of the world that is out there waiting for you in Elden Ring. Now let's check this out. I did some reading online, guys, and what I saw, what was the thing, was to pick the astrologer class. If you want it to feel a little bit easier, and you also pick the golden seed as the buff you take in. What I really like so far is, like, in terms of graphics, the sheer fidelity is so beautiful. But yeah, these graphics just run so smoothly. I know that the way we're playing at the moment is to prioritize the frame rate. So, you gotta stick with the crispy frames. It's all about the frames, especially in a Soulsborne game. You want the frames because you need to be able to see what you're doing, see how you're reacting. This man is trying to one-shot me. Oh, he had me. I did like a piercing strike. So as you guys can see, there's a ton of different enemy types. And so you have to respond accordingly to how each of them play. And so make sure, folks, when you're playing Elden Ring, you jump down into this tutorial area so you can do cool eliminating things like that. So let's head out the door. I'm hoping into the world of Elden Ring this time. As you guys could see, that was a tutorial. So if you guys can see that character over there, everybody knows who that is by now. That is the Tree Sentinel. I wonder if they're friendly. They're not friendly. They're not friendly. It's like I've played Souls-like games before. Sir, stop. Please. Oh my god. So, there you have it, folks. A one shot from the Tree Sentinel, which makes me think I definitely should avoid them. Let's see what the steed can do. Yo, during mounted. What do you mean during mounted jump? So there you guys have it. That's some of the early game. But what we've also done here at Let's Play Live is we've also prepared, you know, something we cooked up a little earlier. So let's take you a little bit further than what we had shown you before. So what you guys will experience in Elden Ring, it's just there's so many different landscapes that you can actually travel through, you know. So whether it's the weird insecty-like vibes of Caelid or Liurnia's lakes, even things like Storm Hill's devastated area from all the wind, but things like the mountainous greeny range of Weeping Hill, which has this giant freaking walking building just going across it, which supports that Hidetaka Miyazaki. You know, he said he was heavily influenced by the likes of Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. And you see it right here, because this is a giant colossus walking apart, like across this landscape. And it's just so beautiful. The way they've captured all these different fantastical elements that they've been responsible for over the years is just the sight to see. And I really feel like this game encapsulates. It's just everything From Software has done so far. You know, this game is the culmination of everything they've learned. And maybe that's why they felt they could approach an open world game now. So it's really cool to see just how much more expansive their games have become because of it. Because, you know, you're typically really used to those kind of claustrophobic corridors and castles that they normally build. Well, what do I think of Elden Ring? Well, I think it's the best game we've had from Software so far, which is saying a lot considering how critically well all of their games have done. If you have wanted to check it out because of the hype, then I suggest you do so, but it's not going to be easy. And for all the fans of From Software games, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and Elden Ring still lives up to that. It's going to be a magical time, and you can pick up Elden Ring right now on your PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox consoles, and PC.
LG OLED. Unleash the power of next-generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
G'day, welcome back to LPL Pro CSGO. Super excited to have you here once again for another week as we dive deeper and deeper into stage two. I don't know. Maybe I've got something on the brain. I did have a little bit of dinner just in that break. But before we get too far stuck into our second series today, Jim, we should just take a little bit of a recap of how things played out in that first one. 2-0 for Antic Esports. It was, I want to say, a reasonably tight 2-0 there, to be honest, for Antic. Couple of potential chances for 16-20 Kings, but in the end, Antic gets it over the line.
They do, and it was, maybe a little bit close for comfort, at least in terms of closing the matches out. It was 16-20 Kings who did make things difficult, and I think, Antic, best start they could possibly get under this new organization. They get the dub, they get themselves into the next round of this upper bracket in stage 2. So I think, as far as they're concerned, they got the result that matters.
Indeed, indeed. And that's going to be something that we'll be talking about in our second matchup here as well. Lonely 5, the first team that we want to touch on, they're going up against DGG tonight. And if you're wondering who Lonely 5 is or are, that's these guys. You might know them as Kingsman, or you might know them as Fury. Ex-Fury, at least. That is this roster. And they have been together for a little while. They've been putting together some pretty decent results. At least the core of it has been. So I think a fairly exciting prospect to keep an eye on as we go through, the next 6 to 12 months of ANZ CS.
Absolutely. And, these guys got some players here, Callum Murray, who's been on bubble teams before, as well as Olef, originally with that 8-ballers lineup, now ex-8-ballers. But I think as far as, some of the new additions as well, we're seeing Terry and Banana really become this dynamic duo, a left-right punch, if you will. And I'm excited to see what they actually produce from a match-to-match basis. They're a real dangerous prospect.
Indeed, and I think talking of dangerous prospects, DGG definitely is one of those. This is a squad that has been put together and may well be the team that could win this competition. They only came together, towards the end of last year, start of this year. Didn't really get to see too much from them until the start of this year. So I'm going to say they're a 2022 team, which means they haven't had that much time as a roster. But from what we have seen from them, they have been largely quite impressive. And I'm looking forward to seeing how far they can push the issue when it comes to ANZ CS.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Verse is one of those players that was really quite a standout performer, particularly towards the back end of last year. Zeph is a player that's, been known to perform at the top level too. So, obviously Mizzy's the one putting all of this together, and I think as far as they're concerned, they are going from a strength-to-strength basis on a week-to-week basis too.
And it's funny that you should mention Versa, because he is one of the players that we wanted to highlight in this matchup. Obviously a very accomplished individual, and for DGG and for this competition as a whole, he is the highest rated individual. So, he's beaten out quite a few pretty good players to take that top spot after at least stage 1. But things are going to get a bit more difficult going into stage 2. Terry obviously has been a pretty good performer for Lonely 5 since his addition to that roster as well. So definitely someone to keep an eye on this evening.
Absolutely. He's one of those players that seems to turn up in all the right places at all the right times and can make things really difficult, particularly on the CT side too. Known to get quite a few, multi-frag rounds. So, it's always handy to have a player like that up your sleeve.
All right, let's take a look at the vetoes as well, Jim, and see if that's going to unravel this tale for us at all. DGG have gone for the pick of Inferno. Lonely 5 go for Mirage. And Nuke is the remainder. And I got to say, if I'm DGG here, I'm thinking these are probably our 3 best maps. So I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, the one shining star, I guess, for this Lonely 5 roster is the fact that Nuke's in the pool. However, it's a map 3 condition for them that they get there, and that's probably one of the stronger maps for them in this map pool that they've actually selected. But we're straight into the middle of the map pool with this one, aren't we? It's Inferno, Mirage, and Nuke. That's pretty much the bread and butter maps for a lot of these teams. Interesting to note, though, you know, DGG, it is their better map, their best maps, sorry. However, they have these results against some quality rosters, too, to back it up.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that this has pretty much gone perfectly to plan for DGG. Again, you'd probably say Lonely 5, they won't be too disappointed by the map pool either, but I do think it's pretty difficult or pretty dangerous to be playing into the hands of a team like DGG. So if I'm being honest, Jim, I think I'd be looking at this one as a 2-0 for DGG. At least that's the result that I'd like to see from a team of this caliber. I do rate Lonely 5 though, so I don't know that it's going to be an easy 2-0. I think there are a lot of pretty talented individuals in this Lonely 5 roster that if they get the ball rolling today, could really challenge. But obviously, I've got a little bit more faith in the DGG lads than what I do in Lonely 5, at least for now.
Yeah, I think the consistency of players on DGG has been proven, which, you know, these guys in this Lonely 5 roster, yeah, they've got some high skill ceilings, but I think as far as you know, consistency is concerned, that's the part they yet to bed down.
Yeah, I would agree. All right, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see what we're going to get from this one. Lonely 5, you know, we know that their Mirage is relatively okay. Their Nuke has been a big talking point for us as well on a couple of the other shows that we work, Jim. We've sort of watched them play this map, and we've spoken about how this can be a map that they can have good performances on and that they have had in previous iterations of this roster. So if we do go to a third, you know, maybe I do have a little bit of a faith here that X-Fury, aka Kingsman, aka whatever they're called these days, you know, like it's Lonely 5. Oh, that's actually cool.
Gamer shirts.
First time we're going to see the jerseys and the hoodies coming out for DGG. And I have to say, I don't mind that branding. It's actually a little bit different to your traditional esports branding.
It's very very light, actually. I quite like it. Everyone seems to go for like these darker, more grungy themes with their esports merch. These guys are a little bit more upbeat.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, it's time for us to jump onto Inferno, Jim. So let's not beat around the bush anymore. No talk about jerseys required. Time to talk about Counter-Strike. I know you love going on a tangent, Jim. It's your favorite thing to do, but
I love a good tangent.
This is a big one. Obviously, DGG is probably the team that a lot of us had pegged to win this competition, and this is kind of the start of that journey for them. I felt like stage 1 was mostly a formality for DGG. Now that we're into stage 2, though, this is where they're going to have to start to face some better and better opposition, and Lonely 5 will be the first test.
It will be a stiff test too, I think. That's probably the point to note here, is that, you know, DGG, they are strong players. We've seen them play Inferno quite a few times and have a lot of success on it, but we know that this Lonely 5 roster, they really do have some, I guess, talented perspectives on their team, some talented prospects as well. But let's just see how the pistol shakes down. Heavy presence towards Banana shown early on from DGG. Just trying to gauge whether or not Lonely 5 are going to get adventurous and maybe push out, but if anything, they don't have a lot of info here, Lonely 5. They may be prone to over-rotating quickly, just based on where I'm seeing them. They are quite deep,
well,
but
no movements
big
yet.
A-stack.
Yeah.
Big A-stack.
And that tenacity might actually pay off for Lonely 5 as well. First, obviously probing into that B bomb site. He gets a bit of info that there's someone there, and the rest of DGG decide, let's head toward A, but they may be thinking twice about that. Bomb is progressing its way up Banana, and for Lonely 5, I feel a little bit scared, a little bit worried. There's no defuse kit, there's no smoke, there's no delaying util for Callum Murray at all, and there is no way he holds off against 4 players walking their way into the bomb site. So smokes go down from DGG, they get into the site, they get a bomb plant for free here. Gump was actually caught in CT spawn by Callum Murray, and that is a huge kill to get, because it's going to give them the numbers advantage for this retake. But no kit, Jim. It's going to have to be a very quick one here from Lonely 5, and luckily they've been able to get their players across with a degree of swiftness. Smokes have now faded, and it's time to go for Lonely 5. First shots are connected by Versa and Wombat, and then second, third, and fourth also going the way of DGG. Only one player from Lonely 5 getting anything done on the retake, and DGG just make a mockery of the pistol round.
Oh, your Wombat just stomped them as they tried to get in here. All the aggro was with Versa, but yeah, your Wombat just took all of Lonely 5 out of the picture, at least as far as that last round was concerned. I think, you know, the full smoke execute and Molotov execute on the B bomb site, it's a pretty ominous thing to try and defend. But you know, Lonely 5, I thought maybe in the early stages had a good read with where they were sitting. The A stack could have worked, but DGG stuck to their guns. They knew that they'd pushed all of Lonely 5 back into the sites, had room to hit their execute, and now they're only up against pistols and some scouts, but I use the word only very cautiously.
That's probably a good way to look at a round like this. Smoke's going to go down early from Terry. So DGG will have to think twice about what they want to be doing in Banana. Not a bad setup, this one. Tom with the scout. Calamari with the 5-7. If the contact is taken by Tom, he can just back away. And the idea is that DGG will try to pick the pace up and chase him down. But that's when Calamari swings with the 5-7. And close range like that, a couple of good taps with that weapon can do a lot of work. So here we go. What are we going to get? Well, that's the perfect start to it. Do they check the cutout, though? That's the real question. I don't think so. Oh, he's so unlucky not to get Versa there as well. But Olive swings for the trade at the very least. On the other side of the take, through dig side, Zeph and Gump have gotten a bit of work done, and they'll be able to get that bomb plant down. So now we're in the 2-on-2 post plant.
Gump is so low, though. And he's left on his lone in this pit. They know where he is, so Terry has got power of position. Olive will actually decapitate him, and now we head straight into this retake that is successful for Lonely 5. So I said only scouts and pistols.
Yeah.
Very cautiously, and you do need to show caution. You need to respect them. More of the merch. I like it.
I do like it, yeah. I think it's cool. Force buy back in from DGG, and we might actually see a bit of force buy madness if this round does go back the way of the T's.
This is that dangerous territory, though, where games start to break down to this total abuse of the economy. That being said, though, Lonely 5 not opting for pillar control. But Olive takes a peek and he pays the price. Runs into the only AK they happen to have. And so that's going to pull a rotation toward A. And they're faced with a choice here, DGG. Do they just now go back to B, or do they go dark and keep Lonely 5 guessing? I think they're going to double down on just showing this presence towards A. But look at the info play coming through. This is good from Lonely 5. It's looking great now that Banana has been able to combine with Calamari. And your Wombat has a lot of work to do. Has to collect the bomb and get onto site, but has plenty of time to play with. Could still go back to B.
Yeah, 1-on-2. Oh, you say plenty of time, Jim, but now that he's been spotted out, I'm not too sure about that anymore. I think he's more or less going to have to commit to A now. He does have that M4 in hand, but Calamari on the off angle, good enough with the AK to shut that one down. Lonely 5 off to a very good start on the first map. Didn't win the pistol, but they've won the subsequent two. Sort of made DGG start to think.
All on the back of that re-aggression towards pillars too. That was the round-winning play for Lonely 5, was the fact that they decided to double down on the diggity push And that made things difficult because I just don't think DGG were expecting that re-aggression coming out of a team that had already lost a player at top of pillars.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't been able to watch as much of this team as I would have liked to have. They're playing in all of the leagues that I cast, but for some reason they just seem to play on the days that I'm not involved in. So this is kind of nice for me to be able to get a good grasp of where this Lonely 5 roster does sit. Thought the Kingsman branding was pretty cool, actually. I'm not sure if that was an org or if that was just the name that they gave themselves.
Yeah, I'm of the impression it was an orc. They exist in like Rainbow Six, as far as I'm aware. Not necessarily like the, pro league or anything like that, but I guess they are now the Lonely 5. So unfortunately, they are out on that island. It gets lonely out there.
I see. Kingsman Esports Club. You're right. Rainbow Six, CSGO, and Valorant. Well, I guess they don't compete in CSGO anymore.
CSGO?
Unless they've got another team that I don't know about, but Lonely 5 indeed. Maybe looking for an organization. Who knows? Either way, Tom. It's definitely been a focal point around our discussions of this team. Trying to get involved into the fight early this time. It's just pistols in this round for DGG, so we can't expect too much from them.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that potential for punishing over-aggression, but they've just got blocks. They don't have any map territory here, DGG. Lonely 5 are more than likely just going to play this nice and passively. Got presence stacked heavily towards A. And so for DGG, even though they may look to regroup, I just don't think it's going to be too much to write in this round for them. We've got smoke, flash. Yeah, they're just running into the meat grinder, aren't they?
Indeed. Not a single kill for DGG in that round. But this is going to be where things need to start to shift again. DGG, first proper gun round here. We'll have all the util they want. A couple of AKs. Etc, etc. If they can't get it done here, then Lonely 5 might start to run away with this first half. And having already built a good economy up, C2 side, very strong, looking dangerous.
Big exchange of utility, but the real loser in that round is actually Zeph, and to a degree Versa. Zeph just taking so much nade damage early on, but could have been so much worse. Looking for that controller banana here. Calamari's looking to get flashed in. With the Molotovs, we'll just try and space out any teas, but Lonely 5 really are trying to exact controller banana.
TGG are trying to do the same. Zeph's leading the pack with that AK in hand. He's doing some decent damage to Terry, but isn't aware of Calamari so close. That jump spot will catch him. Bow bound for DGG, but Zeph, he just continues to try and take these challenges, and that's one too many. Again, numbers advantage for Lonely 5. Good entry into the brackets from Gump. Somehow he's gotten a double there. I have no idea. 3 HP, but he's still alive.
Your Wombat's found so much space, though. Could be a real threat to DGG. However, does get spotted out, so scratch that thought. But it's a high-stakes game of Ring Around the Rosie now for DGG. Going to head back towards B, percentage play. Calamari's been solid in this position, hasn't he?
It's just the one smoke, but Versa gets completely destroyed. And now you can't expect Gump to win this one from here. He's already done his job. He's already gotten 2 kills in this round. Needed someone else to get something. Waiting for the boost! Oh my god, Gump! How on earth has he figured that out? Now it's into a one-on-one. Well, this would have to be the ace of all aces for Gump. This has been a magnificent round so far, Jim. And it might just get better. If he finds that timing onto Olive, 3 HP. Doesn't seem like much, but all it takes is one headshot. And Gump could pull off a massive round here for DGG. Tap is on from Olive. In fact, it looks like a stick to me, Jim. Gone!
Oh!
He got the ace, but he didn't get the round win. It's still a fantastic round from him, but it's a little bittersweet at the end.
It's the worst way for a CT side to win, if that's any consolation. But that is such a painstaking round for both teams, to be honest. DGG would have liked the score to be in their favour, but it made it expensive for Lonely 5. So here comes the tantalising fact that they could really put the economy on the rocks, and that's why they've taken the tactical pause to talk this one over. They really want to make sure that they punish Lonely 5 for losing all 5 players in that round win.
Yeah. I feel a little bit bad for Gump because that would have ended up being one of the best rounds I've ever really seen from an individual. That was a true solo effort.
Yeah, on low HP.
And he just couldn't get it done quick enough. It would have been one to remember. I mean, it kind of still is, but just not quite, unfortunately. Still, amends definitely can be made. Gump's in a very strong position here with that smoke fading. He's also heard the drop, so he's going to start to creep his way forward. Terry's watching, but smoke fade's just a little bit too late. The CT's escape around the corner.
They really do look to reaggress, don't they, on Banana? So many times we've seen them just flash peek it in, but now just the jiggle step into the smoke. Just trying to buy themselves as much time as possible, but it's close. It's called for a rotation. And the reason is they don't have any more delaying utility.
Good start for Callum Murray. Gets rid of the AK, but off in hand for Zeph. Could be a big difference maker. Terry bided his time nicely. Was not spotted. And struck exactly when it was required. DGG. Definitely struggling on this T side, and Lonely 5. Maybe we've underestimated them a little bit.
And Molotov not really touching Terry. And Terry just played that to perfection. Bought so much time, took all the attention away from the rest of DGG hitting that side. But now we're on to the AKs. Now it's on to the serious business for DGG. Olive's got a lot of confidence on that AWP. Kick straight down mid, but can't hang around for too long. You see the progression, Molotovs coming up from DGG. They want to clear out brackets, take bracket control.
DGG have an opportunity to strike back out. Nice flash in there for Tom, and Mizzy can't turn around. This is just perfection from Lonely 5. Again and again and again. Individuals are doubling down, getting more than that even.
Tom is looking so sharp. That's the scary part too. Is he's one of those players that's flown under the radar a little bit. Didn't really mention him in the pre-game. But even just in the last round and now in this, those 2 quick frags that he's been able to get in both situations have just been laser sharp. That's right, laser precision. Not to be confused with razor sharp.
Terry just backs away off the back of the Molotov. And cleans up, bursts up. Very nice, wow. Individual peaks. One by one from DGG. And it once again kind of leaves it on the shoulders of Gump, who, to be fair, I feel like he's been really doing the lion's share of the work so far this evening for DGG, but hasn't been able to get too much luck.
Terry completes such a nice round though. Just the reposition frag from him was just perfect CT play. That's exactly what you want. You want to hold a line, get a frag, fall back, force the next individual peak. It's so difficult to trade a player that plays like that. That's exactly why he survived the round. DGG though, starting to accrue that loss bonus, and things for them are starting to get difficult. They need to start to reel Lonely 5 back in. They can't lose any more rounds, really, unanswered. They want to try and get some reps in now.
Just got to keep that pressure on as much as possible as Lonely 5. DGG is a very dangerous squad, so don't give them even a single sliver of an opportunity back into this first half. Get it to 7, get it to 9, get it to 10. Keep on going. Once again, they've really left the B bomb site quite isolated. It's Olive there on his own. Whoop in hand, of course. Do have a fast rotate from Terry. And you'd definitely be backing Olive. He is a very exciting player to watch with that AWP, and there is a pretty good kill from him. Sent DGG packing back over towards the A bomb site, and they're going to use a fair bit of the util to make their way in. Smoke in for Pit, Moto, and onto jungle side. No one there from Lonely 5 though, and Callum Murray behind the boxes on the site gets a double. Entry is still not quite clean enough for DGG. And you got Banana in the bomb site, who can't quite deny the bomb plant. At least shows Versa that he is still around, but Banana gets the job done. Olive, I thought, was going to have to be the one to do it, but in the end, Lonely 5 maintain a couple of guns through. That's fine. Still got heaps of money in the back pocket. And that's a 7th on the trot.
Starting to really make DGG work for anything in the round. Even getting the bomb plant there. It looked like Lonely 5 had just a great setup on A. They played the double pit. They had the one player under the balcony and the one at the broken wall. Yes, the broken wall smoke goes through, but they weren't accounting for the second player in pit. And the fact that Calamari is able to just sit in that site and get 2 before he is taken down, that makes things so much easier for the remaining players of Lonely 5. So I guess the real take home from that round for DGG was the fact they at least coupled that loss bonus with the bomb plant. And I'm not surprised to see them take a tactical timeout to work out the buy now. What do they do? They've had bracket control. They haven't been able to exact pressure on A. Do they try and go back towards B? It just seems as though they haven't been able to get into B without taking a loss. The utility is so important in that case. So they need to really knuckle down on that if they're going to have success.
Oh. Good damage already. Lonely 5 being quite intelligent with their utility usage so far on the CT side. Callum Murray, again, it doesn't really seem to matter where he is on the map. Someone's flashing for him and he's finding kills. There's another one off a grenade. Like I said, util usage, it's been really good from Lonely 5.
Absolutely. Use damage utility on the CT side. You want to get a return, and that's almost an immediate return for that grenade. So, DGG, they have had to back off at B here so many times. They have not had any success getting in. Aside from the one round where Gump made things expensive.
Well, Gump does take a bit of brackets control, but it's over towards Banana where we do need to turn our attention.
It's an APB out for DGG's T side.
What are you talking about, Jim?
Look it up.
Well, Terry, up on top of the flower pots, was not seen on the entry there. Ducked down behind the smoke and gets his man. Wisely falls off of the flower pots before he gets traded. That's one thing I often see in a lot of games is players on the flower pots getting a little bit greedy and hanging around after a second too long and inevitably just getting spammed and traded. Not this time though. Olive hitting that shot. Your Wombat ducks underneath it, but on the second attempt, he's not going to miss. Now it's on to Gump, who again looks good, but just not good enough. Lonely 5. This will be an 8th. APB.
All points bulletin, Jordan.
That you know, I wouldn't have guessed it.
It's typically sent from one police station to another.
What about advanced peripheral bus? Don't know what that means, but that's what it means.
So many buses to be thrown under.
Indeed. DGG seem to have struggled a little bit with that tonight. Lonely Five are driving the bus.
And they are not being thanked. Gap in that smoke. No, come up regardless. That smoke is fading. Trade potential's there.
Tom's a bit scared. He's going to get out. 1 for 1, not too bad. Olive again, really solid with the AWP. Nothing flashy so far from him. Just waiting on the lines. Oh, that's crisp from Tom. You do get the sense that Lonely Five are out to play tonight.
Yeah, I said Tom was looking sharp. Now he's looking crisp. How many times have we seen this though? DGG just having to go back towards the other side because they've found no success. There's no love for them anywhere they're going. And this T side for them is fast getting out of control.
Is it getting out of control or has it already gotten out of control? I wonder. It's probably going to be 9-1. If that's the case, I think we're beyond the point of getting out of control and we're at the point of having gotten. But, nice entry from your Wombat. Unfortunately, there was a hole in the smoke. Terry is going to take advantage of it. Cancels any thought of a round win. 9-1. I think it's already out of control.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that they're already at max loss bonus here, DGG. They get the bomb plant there. And they've done that quite a few rounds, but they have not been able to get any rounds whatsoever. Oh, I'd agree with that. At least from what we're seeing, DGG, as I said, the T side has gone missing.
Can they find it though, before it's too late? 9-6 would still be fine. And in fact, a bit of that momentum would be going in the way of DGG heading into the second half, and you'd think, well, still anybody's game. But I think at the moment it just doesn't look like Lonely Five is in a position to lose any of these rounds. Jeff's gun's been spotted. Ooh, Calamari is probably not too happy with that one. That should have been his kill every day of the week. Instant rotation coming through though from Lonely Five. You've got Tom here with a flash available. He's going to chuck that one into B and try and provide some space for Terry, who is locked behind a smoke. This can still very much go either way. It depends on what those players on the site get done. And Terry, he just had way too many angles to watch. Versa puts together a double. And finally, maybe some success for Lonely Five. Well, for DGG, I should say.
Olive's there with the ult. Just awaiting Banana. Banana will need to clear Banana before he heads through the arch. And that arch will be pretty much curtains on that round. Lonely Five though. Things have been expensive for them. Quite a few of these rounds have sort of come down to the last few remaining players for far too long. And so this rebuy from them sort of empties out all their reserves.
That is true. DGG will be aware of that as well, and they'll know how important this round could be. Could be double digits for Lonely Five, or it could be DGG mounting a comeback. Massively important round in the grand scheme of things here, and Calamari tries to pick the pace up through the smoke, gets decimated by Versa, who also gets a bit of a helping hand from Mizzy. Another push out on the other side, and that's going to go the way of Banana, but he may not be aware of Gump's position. Apparently he is.
Oh.
And in the meanwhile, Olive's got himself another one. So from a round that started very well for DGG, it's now kind of gone back the other way. Mizzy eating a bit of damage from the molly, and in the end, it's a bit too much. Tom, a nade on top of all of that, made it easy for him with the M4A1S. And now Versa is isolated and solo.
How quickly that turned around, though.
Toad, you dare go through that smoke. Oh, he's looking through it. There was a hole.
Olive needs to wait for his teammate. So I should be able to commence this retake now, but push is going to come from Versa.
Oh, he spotted him right on the line. Olive cannot do it, and Banana died as well, apparently.
Good double.
He must have been right behind Olive.
What? That went way quicker than I thought it would. Oh no. That is a round that had so many twists and turns in it. Quick pause for technical issue for DGG, but I don't know. I'd say the issue they had earlier was just a lack of T rounds, but they've been able to fight their way back into it.
Yep. That's a huge one to win for Versa. 9-3. Money's no good for Lonely 5. So it should be 9-4. Decent fight back starting to be put together by DGG, but ultimately it really has to be converted into 5 or 6.
Funky stack. The pallet stack. Pretty sure you need a forklift license for that one.
Unfortunately, there's not really a huge amount here for Lonely 5 to work with, is there? A couple of upgraded pistols. I mean, it's not quite enough to make you think that something untoward could happen in the round. Especially considering the utility that they did have behind it has mostly been used. Banana's got one flash left over toward B, and it's rather inconsequential. Unless DGG walks into the wrong angle right now, they should have this round on lockdown. They are setting up those prog smokes, so I think they're going to actually head in this direction, and Missy's going to very quickly lose his life. DGG won't need to pick up the pace because Lonely 5 will do it for them. They tried to go around the corner. Not aware of Terry, and that's a double bink into the back of the head of your Wombat. So maybe Banana and Terry might be able to salvage something here.
Terrible Terry. He really is a thorn in the side. Should be able to catch Banana. So, what can Terry salvage here? You could say he'd be content with his AK, but no, he wanted more. So, with the rebuy coming in already from Lonely 5, I think he's just opted to go for it.
Okay, again, another swing round. Lonely 5 wins here. They can still put that half together that they were looking for. 11-4. It's not exactly the map one yet, but it definitely is a long way toward it. They lose, though. DGG. Every argument can be made that they can push this one back to 6. And look, 9-6, it's not ideal, but it's definitely enough on the T side of Inferno, particularly if you've got a solid CT side. Given that it is DGG's map pick, you'd have to expect they will be knowing what they want to do.
One would expect that. A lot of utility being burned here by Lonely 5. Utility they might need for a retake. Given that they actually didn't have a lot to buy that utility in this round, that is going to be at a premium as we head into the middle to late round. Let's just see what DGG can make of this. There's no bracket control. Pretty typical of Lonely 5. They've opted for double carpet, but they've just sent the Splinter Cell in to take bracket control. Maybe try and pull a rotation off this B-bomb site. No info from the city side, however, Banana manages to catch Gump and now spurs him into action.
Well, DGG, they're going to try and go quickly into B, but they have not spotted Tom. He's not been checked properly. And Terry was good enough to grab the 2 that Tom did not. That is a bit more like it for Lonely 5. Right back into the swing of things. They've done a bit of a number to the T-side economy now.
In a shambles.
Mizzy versus F can't afford exactly what they'd like. You're right. It's definitely not as bad as it could be, but it's definitely not amazing.
Mizzy even taking an extra moment or two to get full bell to utility opts with Deagle for what is a full bell to utility as well. Now Olive does get the spot on Banana, but that smoke is just way too thick and in such an inconvenient position for him to be able to hold so aggressively.
Slow start to the round on both sides. Banana boosted up on the roof. He's got Terry there as well. Tom on the other side of the bracket. This is a difficult one to break for DGG unless the players coming out can't find the timing. Tom's going to ensure that that's going to be a little harder than they might have hoped for. Good flashes coming through, but Terry holds strong. Doesn't quite get the triple. I think he ran out of bullets there. Otherwise, Zeph was a dead man. But Tom is still on the site, and Callum Murray is coming across on that rotation. He tries to help Tom out, but looks like Gump and Mizzy have got it covered. That was a round that could very easily have gone the way of Lonely 5, and DGG get away with a little bit of luck.
That bullet goes anywhere else, I reckon, on the body. And Zeph's down.
Yeah.
Ran out of bullets, unfortunately, Terry, but I know there's a few pushes through smoke there that could have netted better results. Now, Olive. Zeph is just playing with danger, but he gets the job done anyway. So 10-5. It's not all that bad for DGG. They have something to work with.
I agree, but I am thinking that Lonely 5 has come out of that one feeling a little bit happier.
Yeah, it's amazing how a few rounds at the end of the half can really put your mood into a much better place for the second.
Okay. Pissed around could be all important. If it goes the way of Lonely 5, got a real leg up in winning from this 10-5 scoreline, but DGG will definitely be requiring it a little bit more so.
Slow and steady to try and win the race here for Lonely 5. Now, I do have 2 sets of utility, so there is the option to fake depending on which way they go. Now, the stack, though, from DGG is dependent on whether or not Mizzy can spot something out here. Is he going to block any utility? Nope. So, no movement on the back. The Molotov will come through, and they're going to delay their sight hit here.
Wombat completely flashed out. Can't get too much done with those taps, but this is the way DGG wanted to see the pistol going. 10-6. And they give themselves a chance.
Nice and patient on that pistol too. No over rotations, no twitches, no movement. They waited out the utility. They played around it quite nicely. So DGG got themselves off to a flying start here in the second half, but can they maintain that momentum? Can they keep the wind beneath their wings? They still have a deficit to overcome.
Bit of a chat to happen here for DGG. Hasn't exactly gone to plan for them tonight. Not so far, but they can definitely still turn this round back on its head. start to put together a good first half, or well, good second half. What do you reckon about gaming in a hoodie, Jim? Every time I try and do it, I get
hot?
a bit too hot.
Yeah, get a bit too sweaty
Yeah.
when I game. Generally, because when I play CS, I play to win. So there's no such thing as a casual session.
Even when I'm casting, I get
Yeah.
hot really fast.
It's all the bright lights, Jordan.
Yeah, I don't know if it is though. I don't feel like my lights are that hot.
It's the PC, the 4 monitors plus lights that get hot.
That's true.
It's my back pocket when I pay my energy bill. That's what it's hot.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely has been going up in the last couple of years. A lot more work from home. But I suppose it helps to save on the petrol bill, so
Oh, yeah,
it's fair in love and war.
Yeah, you could have the worst of both worlds though if you run on a petrol generator.
I would definitely be concerned if anyone was doing that and working in esports.
Do what you gotta do to keep the lights on. This is just a bit of a nothing round.
I think that's what DGG is kind of trying to do at the moment, though, is just keep the lights on, keep themselves in this game, and once they build up a more established position, they can start to think about winning the map. That's pretty good. Olive does grab himself one, and another as well. DGG do manage to get at least the M4A1S back out.
Just peppering him away, wasn't he? It was just like a little mosquito that needed to be swatted in the sight. Got 2 though. That's not bad for a round where there was practically no investment. I'm actually going to dare say Lonely 5 used that as a bit of an unofficial attack pause too, that round. They hung around in apartments forever, but this is where we get to see the fruits of their labour in the gun round. But Zeph, confidence to just push mid. I think if he'd have only held that for a fraction of a second longer, may have been some early damage inflicted.
First chance we get to see Lonely 5 on the T side. What have they got to offer us? Nothing yet so far, but starting to take a bit of a peek into brackets. That's been cleared out by Calamari. A little bit more of a passive defense from DGG, but Zeph starts to get active as the smoke falls, and that'll favor him.
He's going to regress too, Zeph. Playing with fire a little bit there, Banana. Does not want to slip and fall. I'm going to head back towards B. That's a percentage play here.
Into that B site. DGG's happy to let them get that for free, at least for the moment. Gump just has a little bit of a peek to let them know. But it's going to be the full retake setup here from DGG. Got a bit of util to do it with, a couple of smokes. Smoke off Banana maybe. Throw a flash or 2 in. Obviously need to wait for Versa to arrive. But indeed, that Banana smoke is going to go down, and now is the go signal for DGG. Off the back of the flash, Olive is able to get one, but trades are coming through thick and fast for DGG. Tom needed more than that.
Oh.
DGG make it work with 46 HP between them.
On the back of that flash too from Missy. And, I mean, Lonely 5, I haven't found a round in this half just yet, but that round was very expensive for DGG. So, just a bit of economic shuffling going on. Not enough to prevent a bite, but Lonely 5 will be wanting to find that round pretty soon. They themselves are in desperate need of a bomb plant and a round.
Starting to look a bit dangerous now for Lonely 5, isn't it? Obviously, they've still got the lead, but DGG seems to be putting things together pretty nicely on the CT side. Pop a nice flash there to help him peek, but good turn from most of the Lonely 5 members, and it will ultimately be Mizzy to shut them down. Huge 3K. He was the only defender on B. There was a rotation coming across from your Wombat. Mizzy tries to do exactly the same thing that Gump does, and it doesn't work for him either.
Trying to retrieve that bomb. There's eyes on him here though. But he'll be watching the edge of that smoke with great intent. Tom is trying also to locate the third player. He does, but contact is minimal. DGG, they have been putting on some rounds in the second half, and I guess this is probably more of what we expected in the first. But the CT side are clearly the stronger side. It does feel as though Lonely 5 have dropped off quite a bit. Haven't been able to find a round just yet. Really haven't looked that great, aside from the some of those post-burn scenarios. But the retake from DGG has just been so solid.
Yeah, and in this case, it's not going to come down to a retake at all.
What can you do about that? Nothing. Total lack of respect being shown by DGG in these kind of rounds.
Counter-terrorists win.
Nice and clean too. That's probably the biggest take home for me, is the fact that the city economy is allowed to rebuild a little. And so DGG back to the drawing board. They have a T side here to counter. Lonely 5, they're the ones that are yet to find success.
Well, Zeph, he's got an AWP in his hands, and we haven't really seen that so far in this map, but generally speaking, he's been pretty good with it since joining this DGG roster. So I think that is going to be a bit of a headache for Lonely 5, as has already been evidenced, but nice little push and pull gameplay from Lonely 5 as they work their way through brackets now. Over at the A-bomb site. Kind of smoked Mizzy off, and it's just the two pit defenders to deal with. Obviously, they do need to keep an eye on that smoke in library, though, as it'll start to fade, and of course, Mizzy can push on through it, but your Wombat, he does go down. Now, the question is, do they know there's a second player in the pit? And right now, I'm not sure that they do. Versa keeps his head tucked down, and even if they do know, they are in a very bad spot for this post plant. Lonely 5 have not gotten a single player off of the bomb site. Versa chooses to take the fight inside the molly. It's gone wrong. Mizzy burns Tom alive. Zeph gets one on the banana with a molly as well. The Fire is the MVP for this round, but can it be Gump or Terry to close it out? And in the end, it'll be the CT side that walk away with the victory. Molotov madness. And that is why you need to get players off the bomb site in a post plant on A.
Yeah, utility can just wipe you out. It's either a HC or a smoke that can seriously hinder what you're trying to do. But it's a good retake in the end, and DGG continue to start to pile on hurt round after round. And, I mean, Terry, there was a moment there where things could have been quite hairy. But that was always going to be difficult for Lonely 5. They never had control of the pit in that site, so the post-plant positioning was limited severely by that fact. They couldn't get out of the site. They were pincered. And, I don't know, right now, their first half is sort of out on an island because they have not been able to replicate anything into the second. CT and T is chalk and cheese day and night, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, they really haven't been able to put together anything on that T side.
Yeah, and I mean, this is why I'm always talking about when you're on that CT side and you're off to such a good start, never really releasing that pressure for as long as possible. If that would have been 10-1, 12-1, you know, kind of get those sorts of numbers up there. That's what you need to get, because inevitably when you swap halves, a team like DGG goes onto the CT side, they know what they're doing. So it's all well and good to have a good start, but you need to be able to hang on to it as well. You need to be able to continue to force that pressure onto your opponents. And I don't know if Lonely 5 did enough of it. I think DGG have dug themselves out of a pretty big hole.
Just swap that middle G for an I. Been able to dig deep. And I think that, I guess it's just a reflection of the quality of this roster. That's probably what we expect out of them. As I said, it just tells us though on that T side in the first half, they really weren't able to show us anything. And this is, funnily enough, the similar treatment that you know, Lonely 5 are getting right now. They haven't been able to find anything on their T side, and I think, you know, it to me just signifies that I guess the T sides are a little bit weaker than we anticipated on Inferno. Both these two teams leaning heavily towards that CT to get the bulk of their rounds. So,
well, I mean, that's nothing new, I guess, as far as the game has sort of trended, right? CT side has pretty much been the prevailing sentiment for a little while now. And that's something that I think we're going to continue to see throughout this season of LPL Pro. For now, guys, we do have to take a short break while these issues get worked on through. So don't go too far away. Hopefully it won't be long before we jump back into the map.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I'm back with Let's Play Live as our friends at Bandai Namco contacted us and said, hey, Zeno, do you want to review our latest game, Elden Ring, and see how you go? And, well, let's see how I go. What is Elden Ring? Well, Elden Ring is the latest title from Software in collaboration with George R.R. Martin to create a new open-world epic story of a character who is tarnished and beyond the veil. In that world, they're going to have to fight for their life to try to beat the holders of the Elden Ring, where you will die a lot of times. You have to build up and level up your character. Like I said, it's open world, which means it's very, very epic, and there's so much to explore. And once you have your trusty steed, Torrent, you're going to enjoy so much more of the world that is out there waiting for you in Elden Ring. Now let's check this out. I did some reading online, guys, and what I saw, what was the thing, was to pick the astrologer class. If you want it to feel a little bit easier, and you also pick the golden seed as the buff you take in. What I really like so far is, like, in terms of graphics, the sheer fidelity's so beautiful. But yeah, these graphics just run so smoothly. I know that the way we're playing at the moment is to prioritize the frame rate. So, you gotta stick with the crispy frames. It's all about the frames, especially in a Soulsborne game. You want the frames because you need to be able to see what you're doing, see how you're reacting. This man is trying to one-shot me. Oh, he had me. I did like a piercing strike. So as you guys can see, there's a ton of different enemy types. And so you have to respond accordingly to how each of them play. And so make sure, folks, when you're playing Elden Ring, you jump down into this tutorial area so you can do cool eliminating things like that. So let's head out the door. I'm hoping into the world of Elden Ring this time. As you guys could see, that was a tutorial. So if you guys can see that character over there, everybody knows who that is by now. That is the Tree Sentinel. I wonder if they're friendly. They're not friendly. They're not friendly. It's like I've played Souls-like games before. Sir, stop. Please. Oh my god. So, there you have it, folks. A one-shot from the Tree Sentinel, which makes me think I definitely should avoid them. Let's see what the steed can do. Yo, during mounted. What do you mean during mounted jump? So there you guys have it. That's some of the early game. But what we've also done here at Let's Play Live is we've also prepared, something we cooked up a little earlier. So let's take you a little bit further than what we had shown you before. So what you guys will experience in Elden Ring is just, there's so many different landscapes that you can actually travel through. So whether it's the weird insecty-like vibes of Caelid or Liurnia's lakes, Even things like Storm Hill's devastated area from all the wind, but things like the mountainous greeny range of Weeping Hill, which has this giant freaking walking building just going across it, which supports that Hidetaka Miyazaki. You know, his city was heavily influenced by the likes of Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. And you see it right here, because this is a giant colossus walking apart, like across this landscape, and it's just so beautiful. The way they've captured all these different fantastical elements that they've been responsible for over the years is just a sight to see, and I really feel like this game encapsulates it's just everything From Software has done so far. You know, this game is the culmination of everything they've learned, and maybe that's why they felt they could approach an open world game now. So it's really cool to see just how much more expansive their games have become because of it, because you know, you're typically really used to those kind of claustrophobic corridors and castles that they normally build. Well, what do I think of Elden Ring? Well, I think it's the best game we've had from Software so far, which is saying a lot considering how critically well all of their games have done. If you have wanted to check it out because of the hype, then I suggest you do so, but it's not going to be easy. And for all the fans of From Software games, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and Elden Ring still lives up to that. It's going to be a magical time, and you can pick up Elden Ring right now on your PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox consoles, and PC.
G'day, welcome back. This is LPL Pro CSGO. Thank you for sticking with us. It was a bit of an extended break there. Some tech issues, working through them, and it seems like we are good to go again. I do wonder what that means, though, for DGG, who had started to get on a bit of a roll, Jim. They've been doing well on this CT side. Does that bring that all crumbling back down to earth, and Lonely 5 now get their opportunity for redemption?
Chance to reduce the damage, too. I mean, Lonely 5, yeah, they really have been up against it, and almost immediately. Zeph has some dodging to do. Gets the info, though. But that's likely to change throughout the course of this round, so... Yeah, Lonely 5, basically. Opting for something a little bit faster straight out of the gates, yep. Pretty standard round, though, as far as everything else is concerned. The battle for Banana always seems to be raging on. Terry has taken a lot of damage, and Molotov locks him in again. One more grenade will seal the deal.
Zeph has a nade, but he's on the wrong side of the map. Terry eventually will fall to Mizzy. So they do get the job done, DGG, and it seems like they kind of pick up where they left off. Oh, Mizzy, and then Olive. So a couple of really nice shots.
Wow. Yeah, that's really left Lonely 5 on the back foot, hasn't it? It's Olive practically on his own too. Doesn't want to take the bomb into Banana by himself, but I mean, someone from Lonely 5 has got to traverse their way back to get it. So he's just trying to fake a bit of a B hit there, try and pull a rotator off. It works. And so, DGG have to dig in here at A. Zeph has managed to find one before he's traded out. Now it's all on this solo A-slot defender and Versa.
Could be doable. Definitely. 10 seconds left. All he has to really do is get one here, and he does just that. But he's bought enough time for your Wombat to come across. Round is now won. Whether that bomb goes down or not, it does not matter. Yeah.
Didn't have a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like DGG too concerned by that slowdown. We go straight back into this round with an AWP, and Zeph gets fully flashed, as you can see on his screen.
Oh, that grenade had potential to do a lot of damage. It doesn't really do too much, but can I wave a utility here from the CT side that could be a real concern. Molotov just forces Lonely 5 to the back half of Banana. Out of harm's way. Oh, your Wombat dances with danger.
Well, Zeph is going to be smoked off. But Tom makes the mistake of spamming through, and Zeph, well, he puts him down a peg again. Callum Murray has been spotted out there by Gump, and now that they've been alerted to some presence over in Banana, the smoke's going to go down at B. DGG are doing a very good job of preserving what utility they do still have. Most of what's remaining, though, is over toward the A-bomb site, so you can see a little bit of a trend over toward B now from those rotators. I'm just going to turn away from the utility. Dizzy can't get much done, but Gump, that is a sick spray down. 3K for him. Callum Murray's lucky to be alive right now. Gump felt like he wanted to go through that smoke to finish it off then and there. Not going to be able to do so, but the round is done. And DGG have got another.
Gump is finding some form at the right time, isn't he? He's just being such a pest. Really, they should have been able to take that site based on numbers alone, but that spray control from Gump was just superb. So to answer our question, I don't think this pause has taken any shine off DGG.
No, I don't think so. In fact, they've maybe almost even looked a little bit cleaner since we came out of it. Nice grenade in there from Zeph, and then a good peek off the back of it as well. Catches Banana. Don't expect too much from Lonely 5 in this one with just the Deagles. Do have at least some armor, so if they're able to find a kill and put a gun into Terry or Callum Murray's hands, then that could be a little dangerous.
Oh. Punished. Need to be careful not to overextend here. There's some venom in these Deagles.
Zeph doesn't seem to be having any difficulties right now with that AWP. He's really farming up every single time we see him take a peek from outside. It's going to be a kill. Tom's got the AK, but no armor, Jim. Unfortunate. Aim punch a little bit too much for him, and now just with that Deagle, Callum Murray, 1-on-4. He'll be looking for a little bit more damage here more than anything else, really. Has been spotted out, but apparently that doesn't matter. It is on to Gump to finish the job. 14-10, so now 2 rounds away for DGG.
We're just making this stretch towards the 16-round mark look so much cleaner. A little bit disappointing for Lonely 5 because that first half is looking a little lonely, isn't it? No rounds so far.
This is going to be the round where you see Lonely 5 pull everything out. Anything they've got left right now on Inferno, it's going to have to be thrown in because this is pretty much their last chance. It was a really good effort, really good attempt from Lonely 5, and it looked like maybe in that first half they would walk away with the map win here. Quite a clean map win, but equally, you have to say, DGG have done a lot of work to get their way back into this map, and it looks as though they will be able to clean it up comfortably. Maybe I've spoken too soon. What can your Wombat do on this peak? Forward is Callum Murray, and he'll just find that timing and find that line, and all of a sudden, DGG need to start rotating their way across very fast out of B, but Mizzy, he had no idea. And Gump, while he takes that challenge into mid, he'll fall. So it's on to Versa to pick the timing, and he did to an extent. But 1-on-4, I mean, that's a bit ambitious anyway.
Yeah. But he was going for it, and why not? Because DGG have had the run of play. If he could take guns out of the round, or out of the hand, of Lonely 5, that really does bode well for them. Because, of course, the buyer's coming in anyway for DGG. But I have to look at the money and say that things are looking a little bit low for Gump, Zeph, and your Wombat. Actually, all of DGG, really. So, there is a world here where Lonely 5 seem to get away with doing minimal in this half and could actually really put the city economy on the back foot in the latter stages.
That is a good point. It's not out of the woods just yet for DGG, but Terry, having been knocked down to 4 HP, we'll be hoping he doesn't have to do too much more in this round.
I think the thing is, too, for me, at this point, is DGG have just been far better at converting those first picks into round wins than Lonely 5 have.
Well, Gump, once again, lines up a couple, was on for the 3K. He's been really good at those multi-frags so far tonight, but this one doesn't come off as cleanly as he would have wanted. Still, he's done a very good job. DGG have a very spread out defense right now, don't they? Zeph is sitting in the CT spawn, ready to rotate over to B if need be, but Mizzy with an MP9, I feel like he should be calling for it. He should be saying, listen, mate, I need a bit of assistance. Smoke has gone down in CT spawn, so that'll be enough to give the game away. No assistant utility right now for Zeph, and he can't bail Mizzy out of trouble. But he probably still can win this round himself. AWP in hand, that's the end of Tom. Olaf is going to sit on that plant. He's got it down at the very least, Jim, but a 1-on-3. He gets to play out like Zeph, another like Versa, and another like your Wombat, I think is going to be quite difficult. But he has got them isolated. These could be 1v1s, but they're not.
Yeah, just didn't account for the movement on Versa. So quick up banana. Didn't really run either. Just shift walked the entire way. I don't know, Olaf was looking dangerous in that sort of situation. And so now if you're only 5, you've got to throw caution into the wind. You're able to buy into this round, but let's just see what they can pull out of their hat. Hey, as we said, they really haven't had a lot of success after losing the first pick in this half. Oh, your Wombat has also pushed 2 down already, Jordan. I think this is the beginning of the end.
I think so as well. That might well be it. Tom is on his own, 1 on 4. He's got an AK in hand and doesn't even control the bomb, Jim. So while he's got time, this one's going to be nigh impossible for him. Big progression from your Wombat as well is going to catch him out, and 16-11 is going to be the scoreline. That is it, done and dusted. And DGG, from the moment that they started to bring that one back, it didn't feel like they were going to drop that map at all. It was a fantastic start. Unfortunately, wasn't sort of translated into anything, and DGG walk away with a pretty clean victory in the end.
Was, and I think that, you know, the pause, if anything, only 5 never really recovered from that, and DGG, it really just delayed what was seeming like the inevitable. They had a lot of momentum, and they looked good, and they were able to finish that one nice and cleanly in the end.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. All right, well, that is still not the end of the night just yet. We could have another couple of maps of Counter-Strike still yet to come. We'll head to a short break, but map 2 is coming up right after this.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
G'day and welcome back. This is LPL Pro CSGO and we are one map deep. I almost said one round deep. That would be a bit tragic. One map deep into our second series of this evening, Jim. And DGG, they pulled off the win. It's been a pretty solid sort of start for them. Interesting first map there though, and it sort of makes me think, I wonder if this series is going to be the tale of CT sides, because there was 27 rounds in that first map and only 6 of them were won on the T side. So does sort of tell a bit of a tale in itself. And obviously moving on to Mirage, that is something that we could see happen on this second map as well.
Absolutely. I think, you know, the T side is probably where the most opportunity lay on a map like Mirage. But I think things are going to be a little bit different because we know that getting going on the T side of Inferno, particularly when you don't have the best of starts, can be quite difficult. You've got to fight through waves of utility. You just don't have that problem on Mirage. You know, the choke points are a little bit different. The spacing and the contest areas are slightly different. So, you know, it's just a different ball game. And thankfully, things aren't as dependent on the CT side as you would hope, because you know, both these two teams have shown that they are quite solid on CT, but the T side is really where the structure and the timing and the execution of these teams is really going to be tested.
Yeah, Lonely 5. I mean, they got off to a great start there on that first map, but unfortunately couldn't really bring it back together. Heading into the second half, I mean, it's such a dominant display by DGG on their CT side, and
yeah,
the fact that now, you know, we're going to be moving on to Mirage, which is Lonely 5's map choice, but obviously that gives DGG the choice of side, and we know that Mirage is still a pretty good map for them. I mean, look, I don't know. I think Lonely 5 is definitely a good squad, and I think that they probably do deserve to take a map out of DGG in this series, but I don't know if we're seeing that come together at the moment. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be their night tonight.
I just haven't been able to see them put the pieces together on their T side, particularly where they had such an advantageous position and they just weren't able to put anything on the board. Nor they didn't really rattle the cage of DGG. DGG were the ones that were you know, making things quite difficult, and it felt as though, you know, yeah, there were maybe 1 or 2 of those rounds that went down to clutch situations, but it never really went down to a 1v1. It went down to, you know, the 2vx situation. That's all DGG were put in that position for. They had numbers up throughout the entirety of that half. So I wouldn't even say that, you know, a few of those rounds went down to the wire and maybe things could have gone the other way for Lonely 5. It was just simply that they weren't really within reach.
Looking for the positive signs here from the side of Lonely 5. I think obviously Olive had an okay time with the AWP when we did see him on that CT side. He seemed to be relatively effective with it. I don't know how useful that's going to be heading into this second map because he'll be T-side AWPing to begin with, you'd assume. Terry as well was probably the other standout for this roster, and he had done pretty well for himself, but you know, maybe not enough, given the fact that there was any number of individuals that you could compliment on that DGG roster. And I think that the biggest difference between these two teams was the ability for the DGG players to find multi-frags. About all those times Gump got it done, obviously Zeph being able to do it with the AWP, Mizzy definitely chiming in there as well with some multi-frags, made things really difficult for Lonely 5 to get over the line. Unfortunately, the second map not quite ready just yet, Jim, so we are going to head to another break, but we will come back when the second map is ready to go.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
G'day and welcome back. It is LPL Pro CSGO. We have had a few issues, but we are ready to go. It is time for Mirage. Let's head into it, Jim. No messing around anymore. See if DGG can finish things off in this second map, or if we are going to be pushed on through to a third by Lonely5, who, to be fair, put in a pretty good effort on Inferno. So, given that this is their map choice, maybe there is still a world where something interesting happens in this series.
Yeah, look, I think that what we're going to be expecting here is the T-sides to be the key indicators for how these teams are going to go. It just seems as though both of them, both DGG and Lonely5, were far more proficient on CT, and already we're starting to see a big A-stack from DGG, but that's not where the action is. It's only wants to be.
Yes, indeed. Mizzy starts things off with a bit of a bang. Nice double kill from the headshots, and he's looking for more. Ace is on offer if no one else chimes in. He's already got himself that 3K, and it doesn't seem like Lonely5 are going to make it too difficult for him if they keep peeking in towards short, to be fair. They did have to take some fights, Jim. And that's that.
Well, Mizzy, I can see why they put him in short. He was just an absolute rock for them. The fact that he was able to eliminate just the 2 incoming players on Catwalk himself, that made things so much easier for the rest of DGG. And by the time the cavalry arrived, there was only 2 players remaining on the site.
Yeah. Pretty crazy stuff. Good start to the pistol round. What is going to be the adaptation from Lonely 5?
Good news is they got the bomb plant, so they have options here should they wish to take them, but it looks to be fairly reserved in that manner. Just some armor on Terry, and the rest have upgraded pistols, but let's just see the waterfall.
That in itself is an option for Lonely 5. It's an option that's not going to result in much in the immediate future, but they're thinking a little bit more long term.
That was such a quick round. The fact that they were able to prevent any bomb plant, keep it nice and clean. Yeah, Versa and Zeph just padding those stats nicely. They're the rounds you take every day of the week. Keep the stat sheet looking plump.
Yep, but this is the one where Lonely 5 can look to make a bit of a difference. Zeph is very cheeky, sitting above that smoke, and if this fades, it's definitely fading favorably for Zeph. He also catches that timing onto Terry.
Oh, your Wombat really can't play further away of the MP9. Needs the cover of someone else at B if he's to do so, but this is a bit of an information play as well as a risky one, but they are so defensively minded right now, Lonely 5.
DGG, on the other hand, are not so much, and that's going to pay off for Gump. Only 5 were hoping for him to push a little further. He won't, though. He's not greedy.
Did Banana even have any cover?
I don't think so. Olive gets a nice double bink into his head, and so Mizzy's putting the MP9 into the best possible position to farm up a bit of cash. And Only 5, I mean, they've been doing a bit of work, haven't they? They've been pushing their way through, but Zeph catches that timing as well. And this could be an ideal start to the second map for DGG. Get the
absolutely
the money rolling.
The fact that they've been able to outlast the gun round here and have MP9 still in play, man, that's a good round for them. Free upgrades too, so Mizzy might even hold on to his MP9. There was no bomb plant for Lonely 5, so that is going to seriously limit their prospects here. Just back to pistols. Though they have proven they've been able to do damage, so let's just see how aggressive DGG get. There's no flank from the underpass, just this run boost attempt. Oh, the flash is good. First is going to potentially do a lot of damage here if he can just finish Terry. And, well, okay. Okay. Not as clean as you would have liked, but he's left the job for someone else.
Yeah. This is kind of what Lonely 5 was hoping to avoid. They would have liked to have gotten a little bit of damage done in this round just to put a little bit of economic pressure back onto DGG for some reinvestments. That's kind of what I'm talking about. But, Jim, they need more than that because Mizzy's going to be able to retrieve that gun in an ideal world. So they want to be taking maybe another 1 or 2 guns away here. Otherwise, that MP9 just gets upgraded into the M4 that's dropped in connector. That said, Mizzy's kind of on the other side of the map, so it does obviously depend on how this round plays out as to whether that's going to be possible.
It's well guarded, that's for sure. Banana can't even get his fingers on it. So, well, yeah, no upgrade potential.
Yep.
Just far too far away from it, but I don't know. DGG were always going to keep their eyes on the prize there in mid-connector. They knew that Lonely 5 would like to come and try and collect that. So nowhere else on the map, no presence. And since the gun round, Olive picking up that big green. to see whether or not they can forge something in the round. So, fast catwalk smoke, not going to be exploited. They're just going to try and get Terry into a position to be able to pick into mid, but nobody's home from DGG. Concentrated elsewhere on the map.
Olive wants to get involved in the game pretty early on in the piece here with the AWP in hand. He was really good on the CT side of Inferno, but T side of Mirage is going to be a different beast. Zeph have obviously got himself an AWP as well, so both the AWPs can have some early inroads made. Gunpoint get away with the same push twice.
Ooh, okay. It really starts to open things up here now for Lonely 5. They must clearly be aware of the tendency of a Gump to push Palace. Tom has been all over that. And now the numbers thin even further. There's 2 players left to hold the entirety of the map, and they are split between sites. So, Lonely 5, they have free run of wherever they want to go, and both cities are likely to just hold up and try and work together. The Wombat spots them as they all run through, but I don't think he's going to be sticking around for too long.
This should just be the save call here for DGG. I mean, they got a lot of money. They could rebuy even if both Zeph and your Wombat died, but no need to tank the economy any more than necessary. Still a long road ahead in this first half.
Everything they can take it to the next round is fantastic. I mean, money's looking good for DGG. Weapons are being retained by, funnily enough, the 2 players in the worst financial positions. So that was, in all honesty, just some patience being shown by Lonely 5. It was the pushes that DGG, were making that led to their undoing. So Lonely 5 just sticking to their game plan of playing passively, making DGG just respect the boundaries that they're setting, and net some quite a comfortable round in the end.
Wow, that is a good start. Olive bangs a head off, but instantly gets traded down by Versa, who dies to Callum Murray in much the same fashion. Whew. Blistering pace being set in this round by both sides, but Lonely 5 come out ahead. Callum Murray is in the window as well. A lot of map control here for Lonely 5. And unless Gump does something pretty special right here, I dare say that A bomb site is going to be cracked open in just a second.
I was a little worried for Lonely 5 when they started to up the tempo, but they've traded out nicely, and so Gump is going to be stuck in that corner. And that is a cheeky line to pick up the jungle player in Calamari. However, it's going to be called out. So that bomb is quite clearly in transition toward A, and well, they're getting out of there now, hightailing it out of Palace back toward your Wombat at that B bomb site, who called out.
Yeah,
and he is
deleted. Rotation coming in from Mizzy, but I imagine he's going to be a little bit too late to make anything happen, and that's a very nicely placed smoke for Terry. He just peeks underneath the bottom of it. This should be around for Lonely 5 pretty comfortably, and again, you know, just a save from Gump.
Or is it?
Or is it?
Is the prospect of taking guns out of Lonely 5's fingers too tantalizing to resist?
Yeah, I mean, Terry and Tom are low, so there would be a possibility he could get it done, but time is definitely a factor now. Maybe he's just going to look for those exits. Not really going to have too much luck finding more than the one. But that's all right. One is at least going to force some degree of reinvestment from Lonely 5, and of course, plenty of money there for DGG to buy into this one again.
funnily enough, some of the individuals starting to really shine here for a Lonely Five. Terry, just that individual play, going on to find your Wombat and then exploit that smoke and market to secure the site and really just put a halt to any retake plans for DGG. So, as an individual, certainly standing up now. Olif is committed to this. Oh, couldn't really afford another tick of damage, could he? But that's going to limit what he can do now in this round.
Yeah, cannot be nearly as aggressive. Mid control already starting to be established though by Lonely Five. They've got a lot of members built up here. Smoking for connector. You can see at the moment, Callum Murray is just starting to work his way forward. Now we have the smoke in for the window. Molly into connector as well. Smoke into jungle. Only Five have a lot of room to work with.
Zeph seems to be a real hinge player for them too, because he's watching two spots at once. And they've left mid wide open, so I don't know, there's some glaring holes here for DGG that may need to be plugged.
Ooh, that Molotov is spread underneath the balcony. It's tagged Versa up a couple of times. Over towards the B bomb site, there's some shenanigans afoot as well. You do still have your Wombat at the bench. They haven't spotted him. And he's got rid of Banana. How on earth has this round played out in such a way? Both teams just going in different directions at different times, and Terry probably does get your Wombat here, but for all the good that it's going to do, he needed that kill onto Zeph. He won't get it.
He's got to commit to the plant too, straight away.
No chance. Not a snowball's chance in hell. He can get Zeph, but he cannot get the round.
Oh, that's an expensive round for DGG, but they make it work. But tell you what, Olive falling with that bomb really was an inconvenience in the round, because he had 12 HP. Got collected by the Molotov. The bomb was caught in those halls for so long. And I don't know, your Wombat played that perfectly despite that fact.
He just kept his head ducked down behind the bench, and no one was able to find him.
Launch Terry into space. But again, DGG just do not seem interested in that mid contest. Mid connector, yes, but taking peeks into mid don't seem to be on the agenda.
Slonsteady wins the race for Lonely Five. Once again, they take that mid control. I thought for a moment maybe Versa was going to contest connector, but won't do it this time. We'll have a little bit of a look into the window, and that's where Callum Murray is lurking. Round the corner, but ooh, Callum Murray sharp enough to catch the head. Versa was not. And as a result, the duel will go one way. And then, of course, Gump chimes in with an aid to trade. Zeph gets absolutely obliterated, and he's a bit surprised by it as well. Yeah. See on the player cam.
Oh, Gump just not quick enough on the switch to the AK. Missy's there though, and he only has an MP9 and really can't afford to make the count. Plant is safe. The cover is good though. A lot of work to do for your Wombat, who's rotated on that B bomb site. Might be able to catch one in transition, but no. Olive makes amends for last round, and they secure themselves a round where now they put DGG in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, a little bit. Lonely Five have definitely been good at contesting in this series so far, but they haven't been good enough to get the better of DGG. Fourth round on the T side, though, would go a long way. Especially at a time like this, when it is still kind of hanging in the balance. But I'm sort of surprised that DGG hasn't been putting any presence at all in mid in these gun rounds, and I'm interested to see if that's going to change in the next gun round or two. Because that feels like it's been an area of the map that Lonely Five has been able to exploit.
Yeah, the only presence we've seen in mid from DGG was Zeph on that solo short push out the window. Got a ray in smoke, but there hasn't been a concentrated effort to take duels or anything like that. Oh, no. Sharp shot. He's just going to get overwhelmed by pistols, though.
Well, no damage done with the AK from Gump, but Versa with the P250 has chimed in with another. Not really too much danger of losing a round here for Lonely 5, but definitely getting a little bit more expensive than it ought to have. To the buy that DGG invested.
Guess I might be able to just pilfer that AK. Will help a player like Mizzy, that's for sure, in the next round. But the pursuit is not there from Lonely 5. They opt to stay in their lane. They're going to just maybe half-hearted search around A, but DGG. At least they get that gun out of the rounds. But the narrow margin becomes narrower. Even then, you'd be weighing up whether you want to buy here for DGG.
Yeah, this is definitely double eco territory. An AK saved through maybe makes a difference, but...
Yeah, only for Versa. Nobody else is buying anything other than Gump with the armor and deagle. Well, there are some upgraded P250s, but in all honesty... Oh, checked for this boost before too. Oh.
I don't think we should count this round out just yet. Versa has been the most influential player in the competition thus far.
Nice mechanic.
The stats. Ooh, speaking of, that was a good raw adjustment from Tom.
Grenade does not find its intended mark. And so, presence shown towards A is merely just to get the attention of DGG as they shuffle back toward B. I mean, Versa's still up here, so I might be able to catch Calamari. Oh, Gump is actually going to take position. Could get a second AK here.
Mizzy, the only player without a weapon, is on the other side of the map.
He needs to get involved. Join the fun.
He's got to come over and try and snake himself another gun. Looks like he's just chilling in the palace, telling Mizzy it's clear. Telling, rather, Versa it's clear. Come join him.
Nah, Mizzy needs to get busy looking for that AK. Again, just looking to make the exit. Potentially expensive. Doesn't really do too much. And they're not going to even come into contact. So Lonely 5 have actually managed to claw back this deficit on this T side. So, as we were talking about in the pregame, T sides in this matchup have been a little disappointing. So, to see Lonely 5 now string 5 rounds together on this T side in succession too. That bodes well for them because it's not something we've really seen so far from these two teams.
Yes, indeed. Big round coming up here because DGG, their money is not looking too crash hot. Another stumble here can really result in Lonely 5 starting to establish a little bit more control in the first half than what can be afforded right now. A lot of presence over toward B. Lonely 5 not necessarily committing to it just yet, though the bomb is just outside of T-Apps.
Just so much action across the map. These individual battles, but how do they tie it all together here, Lonely 5? They have control of mid. The Bomber's going to try and filter through mid connector here, but Verse is still alive. He's got no help. And so, well, they have passage into A, but well, your Wombat's trapped into a duel with that Molotov, and this is falling apart for Lonely 5. They're just being picked apart on entry into A. No utility to aid them either.
Olaf and Tom's trying to get something done, but now with the bomb dropped and Zeph in such a powerful position, I don't think they're getting anything more. 6-5, DGG do strike back.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered for DGG. Can they continue to streak rounds together though on that CT side? This is where things start to become a little bit more difficult for them if they drop rounds after these kinds of victories. Oh, the fast change of pace here from Lonely 5.
I thought it was
He's actually getting shut down.
But yeah, you're right, it hasn't. Versa, he spotted the footsteps or the shadow of Terry. Finish him off. That's going to be that for him at least, but 2-on-4 now. Again, a very similar kind of a situation for Lonely 5 as that previous round.
Miz has been good from this position before, albeit with a pistol. I feel it's a case of once bitten, twice shy, regardless, because Banana is trained in that position. Olaf is also aware of the fact that he is there, and that is the bomb dropped. Banana has time, but no HP as Zeph holds that line, and DGG get their second in a row in this stint of rounds. But can Lonely 5 put a buy together for... That's the question for me. I don't think they're going to be able to in this round.
Okay, well, back onto the save for the T side, and the ebb and flow of this first half continues. Still neither team really running away with things just yet, but that opportunity now belongs to DGG, whereas 2 or 3 rounds ago, it was sitting squarely on the shoulders of Lonely 5.
Not going to help.
Not right.
Terry's quite literally come in and stolen a frag at A. Gump could be next.
Depending on how this smoke fades, very much so. And he has not seen Olaf. Uh-oh. I am now starting to wonder. Versus in a really awkward spot where he pretty much has 3 or 4 angles to watch. Has cleared out A at the very least, and that is info that's going to be given over to the rest of his team. You've got Mizzy and your Wombat starting to group up on short. And Lonely 5 heading over toward the B bomb site. But it looks like DGG are just going to gamble on that B side, and they might be proven correct unless Versa... Has he not heard those footsteps? He might have done. I think he has.
Yeah.
And Mizzy is called to rotate back over to A. This could be big for DGG. They've got all that info. Well done. Great push into mid from Versa, but can they clean this round up already? Your Wombat down to 2 HP, but at the very least, he's dealt with what's happening behind him and can focus on the A bomb site. Mizzy's already there and locks it down. DGG, it seems, have done enough to avoid an absolute crisis.
Those info plays were so crucial. And it was both Versa who was making those gains with that info. He was a critical player, and that nets them their 8th round. But Lonely 5 still have more gun rounds starting to be churned out as their loss bonus starts to grow. Calamari again, we've seen him just be that aggressor in mid, but that's not going to help. Zeph finds him. So they hit the gas on A by looking at just contact play.
Yeah, again, still numbers advantage right now for DGG, and they control the Palace. When you control the palace on the CT side, you more or less control the A-bomb site. Gump, he was fully flashed, at least for a second there. But he's gotten it done on his own. He doesn't need any help. That's what I'm talking about. Palace, such a strong position, but Banana, he has got it done. 3 kills, and all it requires now is 1 more. Mizzy, rotating in through CT spawn, has progressed quite far on the angle, and Banana was not expecting that, so the heroics come to an untimely end.
Oh, Banana splitting heads on that A-bomb site. Dear me. I thought for a moment there he was going to go on and pick up the 4th, but just timing not working out in his favour. He was aware, he was alert to the fact that the last remaining player was likely to show up on that ticket box, but timing just not in his favour again. Calamari looking to try and make this Mac 10 and his spawn favourable.
Final round of the first half, and DGG are looking to push it through to double digits. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job of it as well. Calamari down to 17. Olive finished off already. And DGG, this time looking to retain control of mid. Has gone a little bit wrong with that death of Versa, but he still gets a kill posthumously.
Flash on the B in an attempt now to get this bomb plant. And of course the issue, but Mizzy has inserted himself and he is unable to be removed without taking 2. And so a lot on Tom's shoulders. He's been sharp. Saw him in the first series. Laser-like aim, but it's not enough, and DGG close out with double digits here in the first half.
Yeah, not a bad first half for them. Obviously CT side, so you would expect them to walk away with 1 or 2 more rounds, but maybe not 5 more rounds. It's going to be taking some real efforts from Lonely 5 to come back. You want a rug, Jim?
I hear they're on sale.
Always. Always on sale.
Never not bought a rug on sale.
You know what? I feel like I deserve to own one of those rugs one day. I haven't...
Persian?
I haven't ever got one, but... Yeah, I've seen so many ads that... Maybe one day I'll buy one. When I have a bigger house that needs rugs. You can always dream. Good start to the pistol though for Lonely 5. The shot's not quite connecting here for DGG, but Versa pushes on forwards and grabs himself a double, triple make that. And he might even get a quad now as well because Terry is headed in his direction. Olive though, a little bit too sharp, and Terry's position unveils itself. Unveils itself. But does he know where your Wombat is? And I think not.
Your Wombat pulls the rug from underneath Terry. Because he was looking on. And so, DGG just straight towards B. No frills. Quite a rugged round in the end. And so, the second half, Jordan, is becoming a bit of a magic carpet ride for one of these teams.
We shall see, Jim. We shall see. It's never as easy as it looks. Your Wombat. Ooh! He almost loses his life, but he gets 4. And Mizzy is there to clean up the scraps. What did that look like from his POV? A little messy, I dare say.
How does he get out of that?
Ooh, well, not too messy, to be honest. If that was any messier, he was dead. So he's actually done as much as he could, really.
Became the combat Wombat.
That's true. That was definitely an overused username in the 2000s. Playing a bit of AU Esports, or not even Esports really, just any random server you joined, there's a good chance there was a combat Wombat.
Yeah. Combat Wombat, or a Sergeant Scorch, or something like that. Who knows? There's a real plethora of usernames that were reused, recycled, but this reused and recycled approach to mid has not netted DGG any success. They have been met with stiff resistance. Lonely 5 with a totally different approach to mid. And it works. The aggression gets results.
Well, I'll tell you one name that got overused a lot in my gaming circles, because I used to play Star Wars Battlefront 2 online, and that was like my first game that I played on the internet. And when the Star Wars animated series came out, you would not believe the amount of Captain Rexes and Commander Codys that were running around in the server. It was crazy. All the 12-year-old kids that had watched decided they wanted to be that guy. So that was the one that actually popped up the most for me.
Yeah, there seemed to be, I don't know, in my gaming days, this is a bit of a technical pause here, so we've got time for a good old tangent.
Yep.
But back in the day, obviously, you know, Day of Defeat, CS 1.6.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Linkin Park references, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like what?
Oh, you had all the, you know, the paper cuts, the crawlings,
crawling.
One step closer. A lot of aliases with numbers in them, to be honest.
Yeah.
And it's good to see that legacy still carried on. A lot of aliases with underscores in it too. So, I mean, if I'm looking here at Lonely 5, I don't know, you can probably imagine them playing in the early 2000s. Callum underscore Murray.
Yep.
Banana with the 4. Tom with the 0.
Oh, that's a throwback to Mike Star. M1
Little
Kest
speak.
4R, I think, whatever.
Just needed the 3 to be totally convincing.
Yeah, exactly. The E wasn't a 3.
Nah. It's a DJ in him.
This is nice from DGG though. Contact play out onto the A bomb site. They haven't checked sandwich, but it's a good trade from your Wombat. 1 for 1 so far. Terry is able to win an important couple of duels though. Just one too many players creeping out onto his line, losing their lives, and now your Wombat has to do much the same in towards CT. Nice spacing though from Tom, and we'll find the trade. Mizzy's got B, guys. Guys, come B. Rotate B. I've got B.
Why is nobody listening?
Nobody's listening. Can still do some pretty significant damage in this round though, Mizzy. And that is a fantastic way to get the ball rolling.
Oh, the flag was on too.
He's got an M4. Wants the AK instead. It's only got 4 bullets. Hopefully that's been comped by the teammates. Maybe 4 bullets is going to be enough.
Timing.
Or not. I suppose in a sense 4 bullets was enough. It really didn't matter whether it was 4 or 30.
Terrible Terry Tate. Office linebacker. That's what I think when I see Terry's name. I don't know if anybody else is going to get that. That's also a mid-2000s reference. But that is a hilarious series of commercials by Reebok. Oh, bit of Molotov damage there for Calamari. Has to rethink his next step. But it's just pistols here for DGG. We're going to sacrifice a bit of that lead. Oh, Calamari gets an 8 for the backflip from the judges, but that M4 is going to be recovered. And so there is a potential for some venom here out of DGG if they manage to catch more timings.
Yeah, let's not rest on our laurels here, Lonely 5. Starting to put some rounds together, but money really hasn't built up too much, and now Zeph's got himself an M4. Granted, he doesn't have any armor. And of course, it is an M4, not an AK, so maybe not as threatening in this situation, because he'll need time to get 2 bullets out, at the very least.
They're going to have to make sure that he is not the first one in, to be honest. He doesn't want to be the one taking all those bullets. Wants to be 2nd or 3rd in, but that's not going to be the case, so we're going to follow him on point. He needs some fodder.
It is only 1 player on this bomb site right now, Jim. And Mizzy, he's going to work his way out onto B, and he's going to start to draw those rotates, or at least keep those players honest. Your Wombat has deleted Terry, and that allows the bomb plant to go down. Olive, he's got an AWP, so the lack of armor does not matter at all here for DGG. This will be a difficult angle to trade for DGG, but in fact, actually, they're going to allow Lonely 5 to come onto their direction, and Bursa and Zeph combine, and the round is won. That is a bad one to lose for Lonely 5, because not only is it one step closer for DGG, it's also a boost to their economy, and it absolutely ruins Lonely 5's.
Oh, man, that is... They were skittled then. Absolutely skittled. That really is a bit of a burner, isn't it?
Yep. That was as clean as could be for DGG. Could not have hoped for it to go better. Oh well, off we go again into round number 21.
Some sort of consortium put together to buy what they can here, Lonely 5, but I don't know. They are really running low on the essentials, namely a kit. Should this be a retake situation? So they're just going to have to frag out, and going to do so with minimal utility.
Well, DGG have set themselves up nicely for an A split. Just got Mizzy on connector, left to his own devices, and Terry, unfortunately, does get timed a little bit there by Bursa, which makes for an easy entry onto the A bomb site. Bursa's able to grab himself another one or two on the way in.
Really would be thinking about saving now if you're Banana and Olive, because I don't know where the money tree is going to come from in the next round, and that just puts DGG even closer toward match point. I would suspect a save in the next and a gun round to try and defend match point.
Yeah, you're looking at pretty dire circumstances then. That could help. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be retained. So 14 is on the board for DGG. Banana will be the only player with a weapon in this next round for Lonely 5. You would assume.
Things start to become a little more pressing for Lonely 5, don't they? This round here, I mean, pretty much starting at the bottom of the barrel with that loss bonus, right? So the buy next round's not going to be anything stellar.
Nope.
I wouldn't even be surprised to see Banana trying to save this at the first instance of them losing a site. Now they've stuck him over solo B, and I don't know if that's going to work out, particularly for a gun that you want to leave into the next round. Why don't just leave the rest of the pack? Go for the full gamble stack. At least there's a better chance of retaining the M4.
Well, so far so good for DGG. Your Wombat has been able to creep all the way up short, and he's actually forced that CT out of B. DGG will take control of the entire site. What do they have to save, Jim? Might as well send those USPs in and see if you can get something.
Exit city. That's what it is.
Yep.
They're just going to line up for Zeph, aren't they? They're going to try and take him one on at a time. And Terry wants to be Banana wants to be as far away from the action as possible. Not even really going to try and opt for the exits, are they?
Nope. Just chilling. Maybe having a bit of a chat about what they want to do in this next round, because it's an all-important one for them.
I'll look for the last-ditch attempt to try and take something into the next, but yeah, 4-3, like, that's pretty much, you know, famous utility territory. or M4. Single piece of util if you want to take a kit as well. But yeah, there's one kit. It's Banana, not surprising. He's in the best health. Would have liked to have seen some more util dropped across by Banana, to be honest. A lot of it being burnt on in the early stages. And DGG just concentrating all their efforts towards B-halls. Single presence in late mid, just with Mizzy.
Banana fully flashed a couple of times, does manage to get the smoke down, but Olive drops early on in the piece. Now really, it's on to Banana to hold, and Gump is able to run him down, and eventually Spawn Plant will go down here for DGG. It's a 4-on-2.
They have every angle covered. I don't know about this unless Zeph gives them a way in. That is not going to be the case. So DGG secure the win. They secure their upper bracket run, and Lonely 5 make a lonely drop as the first team in that lower bracket.
Indeed. Very, very solid stuff today from DGG. Took a little while to get rolling in the first map, Jim, but I think once it got going, it was similar to that conversation we were having about Dynasty last night. Komodo was telling us all about car engines and stuff like that. Most of that's gone over my head, but once it got rolling, once it got warmed up, it seemed like the machine was able to continue going at a pretty good pace there for DGG.
Yeah, they had, you know, some grease on the wheels, and I think it's safe to say that these guys were in the zone, and it just seems as though, despite that there was some pauses in there that may have disrupted some other team's momentum, it wasn't to be the case for those guys. They were fairly calm and collected throughout the whole process. So you would argue that maybe they affected Lonely 5 a little bit more. Certainly seemed as though they were maybe a bit more disjointed than they would have wanted to be at the later stage of the game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think there was some pretty good signs, though, from Lonely 5. I was kind of happy with what we got from them on Inferno. I think that is probably one of those teams that we're still going to be waiting another 6-12 months to really see them pushing into the next echelon, the next tier, maybe, of ANZ Counter-Strike. That's normally the way that it goes. It takes probably, I want to say maybe like 2 to 3 years from the point where you are starting to get into leagues like this and some of the other ones that are sort of tapping around in the ANZ region before you go from being, you know, one of the teams that's kind of solid, that can contest, but doesn't really amount to a huge amount, to maybe doing similar to things like what Hazard and Sterling and Gyra and all these kinds of guys have been able to do. Because if you remember back maybe 3 years ago, probably 3 years ago now, 3 to 4, they were in the likes of the Breakaway Esports and that kind of thing, which were teams that were sort of up and coming and stuff like that. So
absolutely,
definitely something to be thinking about. And obviously something to sort of touch on as well before we do say goodbye for tonight, Jim, is we've got a couple more matches coming up tomorrow. Those are going to be quite interesting, quite exciting, because again, they are the first round matches here in this stage 2 bracket. We'll be touching on Vertex and Nutty, and 8 Ballers and Bandits going head-to-head in those couple of matches. So what do you reckon about those ones quickly?
Oh, look, I always like seeing the 8 Ballers roster, now ex-8 Ballers, in action. They bring a lot of structure. They're actually a really exciting team to watch because I do like watching structured teams play. So, yeah, they're always an exciting prospect for me. Look, for Nutty and Vertex, I'm expecting Vertex to just be going from strength to strength, particularly, as we said, with that addition of Malta. They just have looked like they've been able to settle a few of those inconsistency woes that they've been able to have. However, the key thing for them is they haven't had a lot of practice time. They've been without their IGL brace. So I think it's safe to say those guys will be still in that little bit of a honeymoon / unsettled period.
All right, will be interesting to catch up with those matches. I believe Mr. Pilski might be back tomorrow. I know he's back right now. He's actually returned to Australia. So we'll see if we can get him on the show for tomorrow. Jim, it's been a pleasure having you on. One more thing before we do go, though. We want to give a quick shout out to Orcon Fiber once again. You sign up with an 18-month plan, you can get yourself a Razer gaming package worth $1,022. Of course, you can hit !Orcon in the chat if you want to learn a little bit more about that one. So that's pretty much the end of the night. Thank you guys for watching. And of course, we do look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. So have a good night, and we'll see you.